Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Scatters. Okay, there we go. The scatters are here. Welcome to the Tuesday stream. We are finally going back to locals today. I'm very happy about it. I haven't been in a while. The last time I was even at locals was when we had the sneak preview for Infinite Forbidden. That wasn't even really a locals tournament, so I'm excited for today. We're going to be building the deck for that later. We have some other stuff planned for today as well. Some discussions, talk about the current TCG format. We're also going to take a look at the OCG Metagame Report with the new set over there with Rage of the Abyss and all that. So we got stuff to talk about. Hope you're all doing great so far. And welcome everybody. We're going to do the warm up real quick before we hop into today's topics. But today's gonna be chill. Depends on how long we need to build the deck, I suppose, and when I need to get going for locals. It might be a little bit of a shorter stream today, but we'll have to wait and see how long it takes us to build the deck. But yeah, and also how long it takes us to just talk about the things I want to talk about today. We'll see. No believers in the Gamba. Literally not a single person believes in the 4 digits, but I guess it's fair enough. I haven't really given you guys a reason to do that. Well, let's see if we can prove them wrong. Short stream Satch. It's not gonna be that short. It's gonna be fine. I just have to maybe end like 30 minutes early or something, so I have enough time to get some food before I have to go to locals. But yeah, it'll be fine. Are you gonna take meta beat to locals? No. But I'm also not gonna take meta to locals. Anyways, let's get some cards. Let's get this done. Vonky Moose, thank you so much for the 11 months. Appreciate you. I don't know what you're doing with that Washua emote, because this round is gonna be great. I can feel it. Dark Lord. This one, right? Yeah. See, good start. Phenomenal start. We're crushing it. It's like Pikiru, but it's not. No, it's not. Arrival appears. Yeah, maybe that. It's because it has both on it. Yeah. Yeah. Valkyrie vibes, I think. Okay. Nope. Ooh, second guess. Okay, nice. Not the Flower Cardian. It's the Flower Cardian with Giant Trunade on it. Willow. This is Golden Form. Yep. Oh, Silverwind. Is that Red Supernova? No. Red Nova? That one, yeah. All right, Supernova is the level 12. This is the level 10, right? Yeah. This is Labyrinth. Is this just Welcome Lab? Or Big Welcome? That's Big Welcome, right? It is Big Welcome. All right. I think that's a hero. Contrast hero. Yeah. This is giving me rocket vibes. Yeah, that is a rocket. Auto rocket. This might be Silver Sentinel. No. It's not Snowman either. Snowman Effect? What is Snowman Effect? Okay, well, it's that card. Ooh, this is old. Can't quite tell. What is this? What is this? Ushi Oni? Okay, I wouldn't have guessed that one. Oh, I've seen this. Something effigy, Earth Effigy? Yeah. Oh no, not the I'm skipping the Valence. I'm sorry. No shot. Dominator Duke. Valkyrion, right? Yeah. TG Striker. Yeah. Dawn Balance, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate you. What do we have here? I don't know, actually. I think it's a Pendulum Clearing Fast Dragon. I think that's a Pendulum Synchro. That's the train zombie thingy. Wield Mayakashi. Easy 50-50. Salamangreat, Jack Jaguar. That's the equip spell, the super old one. But what is that called? It's like invigoration. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, who is that? I feel like I've seen this. Is it 100 Eyes? It's 100 Eyes. 100 Eyes Dragon. Yeah. Such a cool synchro, dude. That's Dia Bells. No, not Dia Bells, just Beals. Is it Beelzeus or Beals? Nope. Just Beals. Okay. Reptilian Servant. Okay. Okay. Ah, this dude. I know him. This one. Yeah. Baltic Beakhorn? No. Which one is it? Thunder Unicorn? Thunder Unicorn. Okay. Please just be Crystal Heart. No. Is that not Crystal Heart? Is it a spell trap? Bubble Ring? I thought it was Crystal Heart. Bubble Ring. Okay. Trick Star. I think. That looks very Trickstar-y. Nightshade. Nightshade. Uh, the C. Crush Wyvern. Yeah. Upstart Golden Ninja. That's a gimmick puppet. It's not Nightmare though, is it? Scissor Arms? Yeah. Scissor Arms. That sounds right. Sword Trooper? Yeah. Cyber Larva. Don't know what this is. Oh, it's the Morphtronic thingy. Yeah. Morphtronic mix-up. Necro. Is that Banshee? Yeah. Bish Balkan. Right? Bish Balkan. Classic. Thank you for the gifts. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I know this guy. That's a Gishki. Gishki. Is it? It's Mind. No, Tetra Ogre. No? Mind August? Soul Ogre? Soul Ogre. Okay. This is looking branded. Oh, it's Revolt. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I get confused by how many archetypes are part of the branded lore. Are these Trap Tricks cards? Leisure. Octodic. I think. No? Oh, it's the Guardian Slime. Right. Okay. This feels familiar. This is Stygian Security. Yeah. That is Legendary Fisherman 2 or 3. Nice. That is EG Skeleton. Yep. Forbidden Lands. Golden Flying Fish. This one. Oh God. Well, I know this guy. Oh, that's I. Meet you, maybe? I meet you, yeah. Dude, I know this. It's some Dirac meteor, yeah. Yeah. Do I know this? Agurumo? Insect Shinobi. Oh, that one. Yeah. This is like twin something. Double. Dude, I don't know. It's two tornadoes, but I don't know. It's like twin dust tornado or something. Double dust tornado twins, yeah. Dude, we're so close to 1,000. We're not getting it though, I don't think. The hell is this? Which one is it? Is it treacherous? Break off trap hole? Yeah, close one, dude. Pretty good though. Pretty rigged. Pretty rigged. Not bad. Not bad. Washed still? Nah, this is not washed. Today, I will not accept the washed allegations. This one was good. This is a good round. This was a good round. 959 is pretty strong. Rob Job, thank you for the 5 gifties to start off the stream. Appreciate that. Thank you. Putting me in a good mood right away. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support. Okay, good warm-up round out of the way. Let's quickly guess this card. Surely it's going to be as easy as the 900 points. If I could only click the thing. Okay, go. Yo, AB fought 30. Thank you for the 5 gifties as well. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the early support of the stream. Okay. We are looking for what we have an effect monster, low level, low defense, low attack, but high defense. And higher than 2015 in the year. Why do you always start with Rongo? It's just something we thought about like a year or two ago. We thought about a card that was a good idea to start with, and we chose Rongo because it's like right in the middle of everything, right? It's got a middle level, and it's got a very common attribute, a very common type. It's in the middle of the years of Yu-Gi-Oh, basically, almost. So you get a good idea. You basically put the years in half, and it's like middling stats as well. So we thought it was a good idea to start with the Rongo. Yeah, I'm thinking low attack, high defense, low level. We can try one of the hand traps. Let's try Ghost Bell. Okay. Level 3 Earth Tuner monster with 0 attack, but it's not a zombie, so I don't think it's one of the hand traps. I mean, it's Earth. Earth level 3 Tuner with 0 attack. And it's even more than 1800 defense. It can't be Karakuri Komachi. It's technically Karakuri Komachi matches everything except for the year, but it's later than 2018, so it's relatively recent. Unless there is an error on its year. No, 2011. But otherwise a good guess. Adamancipator? Does Adamancipator have level 3s? I feel like it's all level 2 and 4. Yeah, it's not an Adamancipator. Revolution Synchron? I'm pretty sure Revolution Synchron is not 0 attack. Yeah. First Bride Doll? The hell is that? When you draw this card, you can reveal it, special summon it. At the start of the battle phase, if you have more cards in your deck than your opponent does, this card gains attack once per turn during the end phase. If this card is in your grave because it was sent there, place this card on top of the deck. Okay. I feel like I've seen this card. It's got to be very recent though. But yeah. It's from Age of Overlord? Yo, okay, that's very recent. Very, very recent. Okay, well. I don't think I was guessing that card if someone didn't post it in chat, but okay. All right. Let me tell you guys, now that we have the warm-up out of the way. Also, Jazalenko, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Let us talk about the things we're going to do today. Today is going to be a more TCG-focused kind of day. We're doing all kinds of things TCG and OCG related today. We're going to have a good mix between discussions and some deck building because I am going to be going to locals today. For the first time in a couple weeks. I haven't been able to go, so I'm pretty happy that I am able to. And I am planning to go more frequently in the next couple weeks and bring back this whole segment where we spend the Tuesday stream, or at least part of the Tuesday stream, with building my decks for locals, and then you know, playing new decks or new archetypes or stuff like that, or like more rogue-ish archetypes, right? And then we built them on stream, I bring them to locals, and then on the following day I'll tell you guys how it went, right? And so we're gonna do that today for the first time, but we're gonna do it for I have multiple archetypes planned, multiple things in the pipeline for the next couple of weeks that I want to try. Like stuff like Mimighoul and stuff like that is all things I want to take a look at a local level and see how they can do. I gotta wait to get all the cards from Mimighoul though. I still don't have everything, I don't think. So we're gonna do that probably next week, the Mimighoul one. But today we're gonna be trying out the new. I've been collecting some new Paleo ideas in recent weeks, and I want to put them to the test today. With like the new Magic Colloidal Sol card from Infinite Forbidden and stuff like that. So we're gonna be building that later. Before we do that though, I wanted to have a couple of discussions and stuff like that about the current TCG format. We're gonna talk about things like one card combos in current Yu-Gi-Oh! And the direction that design has been taken with one card combos in recent years. Stuff that I could just record off stream, like you know, those kind of like APS style videos where you just talk about something and give your take on something. I feel like I enjoy these discussions more, and I feel like we have better discussions when I do these live on stream though, right? Because I just like getting input while I'm talking about things, right? Like I like getting questions and stuff like that. I like having a discussion while I'm like it feels more like an actual discussion to me rather than just me talking into a camera for 10 minutes. So that's why we're doing these on stream rather than off stream. I still hope that you guys enjoyed the latest YouTube video, which was recorded off stream. I am gonna do that more as well for certain topics, right? But more like explaining things, right? Rather than a discussion topic, right? Like if I'm just explaining Fiendsmith cards, I can do that in a more structured way off stream. Whereas if I'm trying to have a discussion, I think that's better suited for on stream. So yeah. By APS, you mean what Team APS does? Yeah, their second channel. They have a, I don't know what it's called, APS, I think amplifier. They always do like, or Paul usually does those sort of discussion styles where he just like records them and talks about his take on a certain topic in the community or whatever, which I quite like. But I do like doing them live more than I like them recorded, right? So we're gonna do that a little bit today. We're also going to have a little talk about, when we talk about one card combos and when we talk about the current format, we will also talk about the ban list again. And I know that we have, or I have uploaded a ban list discussion like a month or two ago, but I still wanted to have an updated version of that because some of my views have changed now that we've actually played the Infinite Forbidden format. You know, the other one was pre-info. This one is post-info, and I feel like it is I think it's a good time to do it because we know there is going to be a Forbidden and Limited list rather soon, right? So I think we're going to do that. Recording hasn't started yet. I'm just telling you guys what we're doing today on stream, right? Like this is not like a YouTube intro that we're doing right now. It's just like we're talking about what we're doing later, because before we even do that, I wanted to take a look, because I think it's important context for those discussions as well, at the most recent OCG Metagame Report. At least I don't think we have anything else that we need to quote unquote react to. I think I was checking YG organization earlier and there hasn't been any new cards or something that we go over. The only thing that has been confirmed, I guess that is something to point out, is that Tistina, or they're calling it Tistiana, is coming out in the OCG now. But this is all the cards that we already have in the TCG. They haven't announced, basically, they haven't announced the OCG support for this deck yet. So I guess that is something worth noting, is the fact that Tistina is releasing in the OCG. Personally, I don't think Tistina is going to become a viable deck, even if they give them one or two good cards, because I just feel like the core, like the basis, is not strong enough. But yeah, assuming it gets support. I mean, that's how it usually goes, right? I feel like that's a fair assumption to make when a new deck, or when a TCG exclusive deck releases in the OCG, they usually give them support cards. But for Tistina, I don't think they will make it competitively viable. But yeah. How do you explain to people why this deck is bad? I mean, look, I haven't looked at Tistina in that much detail. I haven't actually tried to play it. It is just, my problem with Tistina is it doesn't feel cohesive. Because there's just too many cards within the archetype that are just not good Yu-Gi-Oh cards, right? That's my problem, I think. Is like, it doesn't feel like they tried making this meta viable, you know? But it's more like a impression that I have, rather than I've tried countless hours to make Tistina work and I just couldn't. But yeah, it just feels like the amount of cards you need to have any meaningful impact on the game is completely out of relation to what other decks can do, and the payoff isn't really there. It feels like some of the cards are meant for going first, the other half of the cards are only good going second, and for the most part it just isn't really that cohesive. I think. Do you think OCG can save Ascend? Ascend is a deck that I find more cohesive than Tistina, yeah. In that sense, I could see the OCG giving them a couple good support cards, and then it could become a viable strategy. The same is true for Mimighoul. They just seem like better decks right out of the gate. But yeah. Zaza, thank you for the 5 months, and Purgatory Dreaming, thank you for the first time sub. Appreciate you. All right. OCG Metagame Report. This is the first metagame report that we have post Rage of the Abyss. As you can see here, new product release. So far, I have only seen the results of one tournament, and one tournament only, including the Rage of the Abyss. And that tournament was won, I think, by Mermails, even though that was the only Mermail deck in Top Cut. The other, it was still a lot of Snake Eyes and Yubels and stuff. So let's just see whether Mermail had a great impact on the format. Okay, is Mermail here? Voiceless, Unchained, Rescue, Fire King, Yubel, Lab, Centurion, no, Mermail is not here. Mermail is not here. Where's... Dude, Yubel? Why did Yubel fall off so hard? What happened to Yubel? Huh? Okay. All right, so... Look, Snake Eyes... We're gonna get back to this when we talk about the TCG format. At this point, I have this... I almost have this boiling hatred towards the Snake Eyes archetype. Because it feels like Snake Eyes is just far too dominant. Like, Snake Eyes Diabellstar is like the new Branded, right? Where like they keep getting more and more support and like different archetypes that lean into the same lore, you know, and they keep giving it more and more and more support. Which was the same with like Branded, and Branded is a deck that still is playable. But the difference I feel like with, and they never really killed Branded on a ban list, right? Like they never hit Branded super harsh, especially not in the TCG. They hit Branded even like they hit Branded harder in the OCG than they did in the TCG. In the TCG, it's actually still an incredibly powerful deck that is only held back by the fact how powerful like Snake Eyes are. But I feel like this is a somewhat problematic thing when your lore deck is incredibly dominant as well, and you keep giving it more support, and because you keep giving it more support, you refuse to hit it in a substantial way on the ban list, right? So we're going to talk about that more when we actually discuss the TCG ban list today. But 23 Snake Eyes, 18 Fiendsmith Azamina Snake Eyes, and 5 just Fiendsmith Snake Eyes. So the majority of these Snake Eye decks are using the Azamina or Azamina, I don't know how you pronounce it, Azamina cards. We got Tenpai Dragon here at an incredibly high usage rate still, even with 1 copy of the field spell. Memento is here and actually powerful, and not even all using the Fiendsmith cards, so that's worth pointing out. We got Centurion, Lab. Okay, let's look at some of these lists and some of these things that they have to say. Snake Eyes. Let me look at the list first. There's a lot of things to talk about here, I think. So this is the list, right? And so basically what's been happening in the OCG is something I've been critiquing over the last couple of OCG metagame reports that we've looked at, because step by step, the Snake Eye deck has just replaced the consistency hits with new cards, right? They put Snake Eye Ash to 1, they put Wanted to 1, they put Bonfire to 2 in an attempt to hit the Snake Eye deck without killing it. And this is a very, it's a very OCG thing, very OCG approach to just do consistency hits to the deck and not actually hit it in a meaningful way. And then just, they've released more cards that just fill those gaps really, really easily, right? Like the Fiendsmith cards, and now the Azamina cards really easily fill the gap that losing Ash and losing Wanted have left in the deck, right? Like, you look at this deck and it still is an incredibly powerful deck with a lot of starters and a lot of room for hand traps. The concept of this deck and the viability of this deck basically hasn't changed, kind of defeating the whole purpose of a Forbidden and Limited list in the OCG, if you ask me. I personally think this is not the right approach, but that is something we'll talk about later in the TCG ban list discussion rather than right now. So let's just rather than discussing what should happen with Snake Eyes, let's talk about how they are approaching the deck. The first thing that I see here is the main decking of Molcharmy Fuvaros. This is something that makes sense. This card is very, very powerful. And obviously this deck now has 6 copies of Max C going second effectively. Not just this deck, but any deck in the OCG. I am kind of curious if in the long run, if people keep main decking 3 Fuvaros and 3 Max C, and they don't ban Max C in the OCG, which would be kind of crazy, will people eventually move to less combo heavy decks, or will they just be like, hey, I have 3 Ash, 2 cross out, 3 Ash, 2 called by 1 cross out. I will simply negate your Maxi or Fulveros and combo anyways, which is what this deck is trying to do. But we'll see. Which is the only world in which I would be okay with cards like Fulveros if they actually stop people from playing crazy combo decks. At the moment, it doesn't look like it does that, so that's not great. Other than that, this is just your normal TCG Fiendsmith Snake Eye, but we're playing the new Fiendsmith card for better combo lines, because they obviously also don't have Necroquip Princess, and they also play the new Azamina cards to fill the hole of the Snake Eye Ash and Wanted limits, right? And it works as the following way. Let's just look at this. Rage of the Abyss has given Snake Eye decks a great boost with the addition of the new Azamina cards. The Azamina cards are a series of new fusion monsters related to the Sinful Spoils. As stated in the Yu-Gi-Oh! OCG database, only 1 Sinful Spoil card is required to be sent to the graveyard to fusion summon a level 6 Azamina fusion monster with Sacred Azamina. This makes Sinful Spoil's Deception a starter by itself, as it could be used to fetch for Sacred Azamina and then sent to the graveyard for Sacred Azamina effective fusion summon Murcielago. An opening with 1 Deception plus 1 monster cards as follow. Activate Deception. Deception effect, tribute 1 monster from the hand to add Sacred from deck to hand. Activate Sacred, send Sinful Spoil's Deception from field to graveyard. Fusion summon Murcielago. First Murcielago effect, add Wanted from deck to hand. Activate Wanted, add Diabellstar. Wanted, play Sinful Deception to draw a card. Special Diabellstar by sending a card. Set original Murcielago plus Diabellstar into Moon of the Closed Heaven. So basically this one card, this 1 Sinful Spoils Deception gets you to original plus Moon of the Closed Heaven. Which is insanity. Alright? Absolute insanity. This simple opening sets up Moon of the Closed Heaven, which could then go into the Fiendsmith combo, and Snake Eye Ash in hand, which could be normal summoned and continue with the Snake Eye combo. It also brings out Azamina Ria Silvera early, which could negate an opponent's card effect, protecting the rest of your combo from disruption. So, to say this lightly, this development is kind of crazy to me, because at least from my perspective, they released Snake Eyes, and that was already by far the best deck in both OCG and TCG. So that was the first iteration, was just Snake Eyes, right? We've been playing Snake Eye in the TCG for a while now. And by no means did this deck need any sort of improvement, right? The Snake Eye deck itself was already incredibly powerful and did not need or deserve any sort of improvement. And yet, they made the Fiendsmith cards, which arguably have made every deck a little bit better, or most decks that can use the Fiendsmith cards, but they benefit the Snake Eye deck the most. I think that's fair to say. I think it's a fair statement to say that the Fiendsmith cards are good in a lot of decks, but they definitely benefit the Snake Eye deck the most, because it already is the best and most combo heavy deck in the format, and therefore it really benefits from those cards a lot, right? And so now we've got Snake Eye Fiendsmith as this like menace on the game, which is incredibly powerful and so good in so many different ways. And that deck, which is already so far above the rest, right? So much better than everything else, is getting even stronger with the Azamina cards, right? And it's a mind-blowing development for me, right? To me, this is borderline crazy behavior in card design, is to make a deck that's the best deck in the format for months, print another engine that makes it even stronger, and now print another archetype that makes it even stronger, right? This is mind-blowing behavior to me. Snake Eyes is, in my opinion, the worst designed archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh's history at this point, with the way it's being managed. And I sincerely hope that they will do something about this in the TCG. People don't want another format where Snake Eye is even stronger than it already was, right? At least that's how I view it. That's how I see it. Because the way I'm seeing it, like what I don't understand, right, is what I don't understand is why does it all have to favor like the Snake Eye archetype, right? Like, why does it have to be so good in Snake Eyes specifically, right? Like, this entire Diabellstar lore has like so many other archetypes that are part of it, right? Like, there are other decks that are part of the Diabellstar lore that are just being left behind by so much. Like, why is this Azamina support? Why was this Azamina support chosen to be so good in Snake Eyes? Why not give them another Sinful Spoils cards that synergizes super well with, for example, White Forest, right? Because at the moment, White Forest is part of the Diabellstar lore, but White Forest doesn't even play Diabellstar because there's no Sinful Spoils that's good in White Forest, right? Like, why not make it good with White Forest? Why does it all have to be feeding the Snake Eyes, right? Like, why is Snake Eyes the one thing that gets all the love instead of White Forest? Or even, isn't Goblin Biker technically part of the Diabellstar lore? Right? Like, why not help those decks? Why make Azamina, which clearly has all the use cases in the world, to just be played in Snake Eyes? Right? So I don't know exactly why we're doing this, right? I think there is a world where you can do you can just give them alternative ways to play the Diabellstar cards, because that's one of the main... I wanted to talk about this, and we'll talk about this later when we do the TCG ban list talk, but one of the main arguments why people are saying they're not gonna hit Snake Eyes super hard on this next Forbidden and Limited list is because they want to sell the Diabellstar lore cards in the tins and stuff like that. Okay, then why not give us alternative ways to use Diabellstar? Why is the only way you can use Diabellstar at the moment to set original Sinful Spoils to summon level 1 fire monsters, therefore making Diabellstar only good in fire decks, when there is like a bunch of different archetypes surrounding this lore that have nothing to do with level 1 fire decks, right? Like, why not make Diabellstar good in other archetypes by giving it alternative original Sinful Spoil targets, for example? I don't get it. This deck scares me. This deck scares me, and we will get to that when we talk about the TCG Forbidden and Limited list in a moment, and why I think the upcoming August Forbidden and Limited list is going to be incredibly important, because I think this needs to be prevented in the TCG. I don't care how they do it, but they need to do something about this. in my like that, I think this should not happen in the TCG. But yeah. Anyways, let's look at some other decks in the format, because there's nothing I have to say about this. This is literally the exact same deck as we're playing in the TCG, just with slightly different, like, it's just a slightly different flavor of Snake Eye Fiendsmith, because it's just got some Azamina cards in there. That's all, right? But pretty much that. Is it time to start panicking? I mean, look, I don't think this is gonna kill the game. No, I don't think that. But I think it's gonna be rough if this lasts for a couple more months, right? Yeah. You haven't finished reading the part for the Snake Eye part? I mean, I don't need to finish reading this, right? I understand what's going on here. When I see that this one card gets me to moon on the board and Snake Eye Ash in hand with my normal summon still available and an Omni Negate, like I don't need to read further, right? Like this is complete insanity. This is one card giving you Fiendsmith combo, Snake Eye Ash in hand, and an Omni Negate on the board, right? Like what else would you even ever want from one card to do, right? I don't need to read further here. Tenpai Dragon is currently very popular in the OCG, even though the deck has lost 2 copies of the field spell. So it only has 1 copy of summoning. However, obviously, blinding second with this deck is really strong in an environment where Mulcharmy Fuvaros is now a thing. So you have 3 Fuvaros, 3 Maxis, you have 2 Dimension Shifter. And they can also play the new Dominus trap card. This is the new Dominus trap, hand trap, that lets you stop an effect that would special summon. So, and it doesn't conflict with fire monsters. So the Tenpai deck can play it. So I think you happily take the trade of I'm losing 2 copies of the field spell and 2 copies of prosperity. So it is slightly less consistent than it is in the TCG, but it has very good tools for going second, right? You got three more copies of this, you got 3 more copies of this. You can still play Shifter, which is one of the only cards in the game that can keep up with this. So yeah. Hipster, thank you for the 17 months. So that's Tenpai for you. I don't even know exactly if cards like Impermanent Veiler are still good. Because quite frankly, I don't see how this deck really realistically gets stopped by Impermanent Veiler. But I guess it's the best chance you have. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, so that's Tenpai, same concept as in the TCG. And that's already the conclusion, because apparently nothing else is really worth mentioning. You don't even get a list included for any of the other decks at this point. Like, I remember in previous OCG Metagames reports, I feel like we at least got like a Yubel list or a sometimes whatever other kind of deck was doing well kind of list. This time around, we're just getting Snake Eye and Tenpai. Because apparently the only reliable way to beat this abomination of a Yu-Gi-Oh deck is to just go second and Shifter it or just kill it with 1 card. Conclusion. Rage of the Abyss has a significant impact on the metagame. Fiendsmith, Azamina, Snake Eye, and Tenpai Dragon are the 2 decks that had greatly benefited from the new cards and are now the top contenders. Both Fiendsmith, Azamina, Snake Eye, and Tenpai are able to accommodate Mulcharmy Fuvaros in the main deck. When going first, Snake Eye could use Mulcharmy Fuvaros as a tribute to activate Deception's effect, while Tenpai Dragon can use Hieratic Seals of the Heavenly Spheres trick mentioned above. I'm guessing if you get sent first, you make seals, and then on the opponent's turn, you tribute seals for cost, and then you can chain Fuvaros to that, because then you have no cards. Yubel did get a minor boost in form of Lacrima the Scarlet Sorrow, improving the Fiendsmith combo. The boost that Snake Eye received from the new Azamina cards made Snake Eye much better than Yubel. Being able to set up Phantom of Yubel before committing into your combo was the advantage that Yubel had, but now Snake Eyes has Azamina Ria Silvera, which provides a better coverage against not just the opponent's monster effects, but also spell trap effects. 3 Deceptions provides access to Snake Eye Ash, blah blah blah, also fixes consistency issues that Snake Eye had with 1 Ash and 1 Wanted, and Bonfire Semi-Limited. Several players that had switched from Fiendsmith Snake Eye to Fiendsmith Yubel to do the OCG July ban list at the start of the July format are now pivoting back to Fiendsmith Azamina Snake Eye. And that's it, right? Yeah. My take, and we're gonna talk about this in a banlist discussion in just a moment. Snake Eyes, I feel like, is something that has infested the Yu-Gi-Oh TCG. I find it, quite frankly, I find it sad, because I do think there is a lot of cool decks in Yu-Gi-Oh right now that are just being overshadowed by what Snake Eyes do. And I just feel like this is something that needs to be removed. They need to remove Snake Eyes. Like, I don't want another format of this, right? We've been saying that We said that during Snake Eye format, like full power Snake Eye format. We said, okay, Snake Eyes, pretty powerful deck. They need to do something about it. Didn't really happen. Now they got Fiendsmith cards, even more powerful. We didn't want that. And now the Azamina cards are about to release in the TCG in a couple months as well. And this is precisely why I think the August Forbidden Unlimited list is very, very important. Yeah. Okay. So that's the situation in the OCG. I will say a word of positivity, or I am hopeful that the TCG handles this better than the OCG, because I think it's pretty clear that limiting Wanted and limiting Snake Eye Ash is not the correct move. So, yeah. I don't know. I feel like the argument of we need to sell the new set or we need to sell Diabellstar in the tins, I don't think that argument even counts. Because quite frankly, I think there are ways you can make people still want Diabellstar and Wanted as a card, even without Snake Eyes being a thing. Because, you know, there are other decks that can use Diabellstar with original Sinful Spoils, like Rescue Ace, Infernoid, Fire King, which are all far more healthy than Snake Eyes, right? Like, I think it's possible to hit Snake Eyes and still have people want Diabellstar. Because, like I said, Rescue Ace, Fire King, Infernoid, all those decks are like good Yu-Gi-Oh decks. They just don't matter at the moment because of how good Snake Eyes are. So I think if you hit Snake Eyes, then those decks will be playable again. So, yeah. Anyways, I suppose let's move on. This was the OCG report. Let's move on to a TCG version of this kind of topic, right? Because this is just an outlook into what the future could bring if the August ban list is not done properly. Let me quickly check one thing. I need to add one thing to the ban list discussion. Hold up. I forgot to add one image, I just realized. Do you think YCS Bologna could be a retro format? I think so. It's weird because I remember at the time, I didn't like it that much. I don't remember why. Maybe it was just a personal issue where I just didn't have enough time to prepare, and so I felt a little overwhelmed with all the options. Right? But I think so, yeah. When exactly is the list expected? I mean, what was the announcement? The announcement was to late August? I think late August was the announcement. You said every deck had a bad matchup. I mean, it was one of those formats where there is a lot of decks. However, something that can be quote-unquote hard to prepare for one specific event, because there's a lot of different decks, usually still makes for a great retro format. Because I do believe that one of the factors that goes into deciding whether a retro format is going to be well received is whether it has a lot of different decks that you can play. And I think like that is one of the core selling points, I think, of Edison format and also Hat format. Because it's like it just has that sort of longevity of you're able to play different things and try different things. Which I think is why, like, for example, I really like retro formats like Dragon Ruler, Necros, or Ishizu tier. I actually have all of those built and I play them occasionally, but I don't think they will ever be as popular as something like Edison, because they do get stale after a while, right? If you sit down with, you can't really sit down with someone and play that format for like a couple hours or something, because I feel like it gets repetitive eventually, right? They are fun to play still. They are still very much fun to play, but they are not, they don't give you enough diversity to make up for like a long session, or like, you know what I mean? So I think because when you play a tournament in, like, when I prepared for YCS Bologna, it felt a little overwhelming that there was so many different decks, because there is competitive pressure, right, that goes into it. I feel like that competitive pressure is less of a factor when you're playing a retro format, when you're just sitting down having a good time, which also, even when I'm going to like an Edison tournament, that still feels like there's less competitive pressure than when I'm going to a YCS, right? And so in that sense, it doesn't really matter when there's like 10 different decks or 20 different decks or whatever, because you're not forced to be prepared for everything, right? If you lose a match to a deck you didn't expect, it's like, okay, fine. And I think that's why the like December 2023 could end up being a good retro format, because you have like Unchained, Tier, Lab, even Runic Bestial, you have Infernoble, you have Mekanko, you have, what else was there? I'm missing some stuff. Hurley, Chimera was probably playable. Rescue Ace, right? Of course, Rescue Ace. I played against Vanquish Soul a couple times throughout the tournament. Like, there, see, that's what I mean. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can play. Manadium is playable. Branded, obviously, yeah, a lot of stuff, right? Fire King, I played against Fire King in the YCS. Like, it's a lot of stuff, right? So yeah, it could be. All right. Anyways, now that we have taken a look at what is about to happen in Rage of the Abyss with this most recent OCG Metagame Report, basically releasing this abomination of a deck onto the OCG, I want to have a little bit of a discussion about this upcoming August Forbidden and Limited list with you guys. Because I personally think this is something that needs to be prevented. The Examina cards basically just fill the holes that the consistency hits have left for Snake Eyes in the OCG, leaving to a just as consistent and even more powerful version of Snake Eyes. Believe it or not, this is an even more powerful version of Snake Eye Fiendsmith that we have in the TCG at the moment, because it has basically the same amount of starters, more extenders, more powerful end boards, more Omni Negates from the Examina cards, all that, right? So I want to talk about this. I have a ban list prediction sort of talk here. I want to use this more as a discussion platform rather than just a ban list, because I have done a ban list discussion, I think like 6 weeks ago or something. That was before I had played the European Championships with Infinite Forbidden, so that one was pre-info. So I wanted to redo it, because we do know the ban list is happening in August. And I just want to talk about a couple of different things that are going on with the game right now. And I want to start by saying that I have kind of changed my mind on how I approached Snake Eye in the latest discussion, right? In the latest discussion, I believe, if I remember correctly, what I proposed was a banning of original Sinful Spoils, I think. I don't remember what other hits I added onto it. A couple of things why I changed my mind on this, right? Or a couple of arguments that I just want to throw out there. Some of which I agree with, some of which I think are not that much of an argument, but one of the main arguments that people make when they say they are not gonna hit Snake Eye as hard in this upcoming Forbidden and Limited list, or that it's more of a prediction, right? But people are saying they still need to sell Diabellstar in the quarter century bonanza, and they want to sell the Megatins that is gonna have all the Diabellstar stuff in it. On the one hand, I understand this. On the other hand, you still have to think about the health of the game. Like, is it really going to be, in the long term, is it going to make you more money if you try to sell, if you leave Snake Eye alone to sell the tins, but then people are incredibly annoyed by Snake Eye for a couple more months? I would argue for the overall health of the game, it's better if you hit Snake Eye now. Like, seriously, I feel like something needs to happen about Snake Eye. We've been saying this for a couple of months now, for a couple of ban lists now. But I think this time, like, dude, something needs to happen to Snake Eye, okay? The reason why I have moved away from this original Sinful Spoils idea is because in my head, or at least the way I think about it, is I think there is a world where you can have both. I think there is a world where you can hit Snake Eyes, but you can still make people interested in the Diabellstar cards. Because with original Sinful Spoils, think of Diabellstar in other decks that aren't doing anything super crazy, right? There are plenty of decks that are just not being played much at the moment, but that can still use Diabellstar plus original Sinful Spoils, right? Rescue Ace, Fire King, even something like Infernoid are completely viable and strong Yu-Gi-Oh decks that are just being overshadowed by the dominance of Snake Eyes. Even TGs, out of all things, right? There's other decks that in the past have made great use of Diabellstar wanted original Sinful Spoils, but are just overshadowed by what you can do with original. Like, why would I summon Ponix with original when I can summon Snake Eye Ash and do what Snake Eye Ash does, right? In my opinion, right? So I think this is a quote-unquote elegant way, is to just leave original alone, kill Snake Eye. Like, kill Snake Eye. No questions asked. On this ban list, we're gonna kill Snake Eye. In my, like, we're gonna kill it, okay? Don't worry. But if we leave original intact and we leave Diabellstar out there, I feel like you can still play it. You know, Fire King will still play it. Rescue Ace will still play it. Infernoid will still play it. A bunch of other decks will still play it. And those decks at the same time also get more viable because we're going to kill Snake Eye, right? So that's my way of thinking about it. Let me know if you agree with it. Maybe it's wishful thinking, but I think that could be an approach. And for that, this guy needs to go. This guy needs to go, or this guy needs to go. I am past the point where I'm going to throw any of these cards in limited. Because at this point, I don't think limiting anything is not going to do it for Snake Eye, right? Look at the OCG right now. They're playing one Flamberge already. They're not even playing Temple anymore. That's another thing I want to bring up. With the Azamina cards, people are suggesting banning Temple. Temple is an incredibly powerful card. The deck does not go anywhere if they ban Temple. The deck is still insane, right? You can play around Nibiru 10 other ways. Temple is not the card we need to hit. I think... I mean, most people would agree that Snake Eye needs to go. The question is this wishful thinking or not? I think... I don't think they're going to ban both. I don't think they're going to ban both. I think one of the two is somewhat realistic, though. But yeah, it's just, I don't know what to say other than I hope something drastic happens to Snake Eye. I hope something drastic happens to Snake Eye, and I hope Konami agrees that for the overall health of the game, it's a better decision to hit Snake Eye harder. Even if there are, like, because I think the Azamina cards are still gonna sell even if Snake Eye is dead. The Examiner cards are still incredibly powerful cards. Dia Bellstar still is a powerful card, even with Snake Eye not being a thing. Those are all still powerful cards, and I hope they realize that, because I'm convinced Snake Eye is not necessary to sell those cards. I think Examiner is still going to be played. I think Dia Bellstar is still going to be played, even if Snake Eyes is not the best deck in the game anymore. So one of these two, I think, needs to go, I'm convinced. Alongside this, if they ban these, or if they ban one of those, I'm not sure if we need to do anything else to Snake Eye. Even though I would totally be on board with a Ash limit or Wanted limit, I think the OCG clearly shows that those are not doing anything, because this is still the most dominant deck in the OCG. So yeah, I don't know if we need anything, as long as you ban something out of Snake Eye. That's basically, that's my message. It's been my message for a while now, but please ban something from Snake Eye. Don't just limit something that we can just replace with another broken engine. Yeah. Speaking of broken engines, let's talk about what would happen in a hypothetical world where they hit Snake Eye in a meaningful way. Whether they kill it or not, different topic, but we're expecting a hit to Snake Eye, right? We're demanding a hit to Snake Eye. What happens? Bell is still incredibly powerful. Tenpai is incredibly powerful. And the Fiendsmith engine is also very, very powerful. Now, a couple of things. Let's talk about these one by one. Let's talk about Fiendsmith. Fiendsmith related cards I have here. I personally don't think they are gonna hurt Fiendsmith in a significant way. Like my favorite approach, honestly, if I had to make this decision, I would ban Lurie. However, I think this is one of the ones that goes into the wishful thinking category. And I made this category specifically to put some cards that I think would be the good decision for the health of the game, but I don't think they will do it because of other, like, monetary reasons, right? I think banning Fabled Lurie would be a pretty elegant way to hit the Fiendsmith cards in their core, like, power, but still leaving them as a good engine. And the same is true for Moon of the Closed Heaven, right? Moon of the Closed Heaven is just a common from Infinite Forbidden, so no one is going to be losing tons of money because they're going to ban Closed Heaven, right? But I still feel like part of me just thinks they want the Fiendsmith cards to be as powerful as they are, right? I think the decision to import Moon of the Closed Heaven and all that, I don't think that's an accident. I think it's something that is wanted, right? I think they wanted the Fiendsmith engine to be as powerful. I think they want it to be good in a lot of different decks, which is why this card is needed. So you can, any deck that can combo can make the Moon. I personally would ban this card in a heartbeat. That's why I'm putting it in wishful thinking, because I wish they would do it. I don't personally believe they will. Something that I think everyone is predicting is for Beatrice to be banned. This is something I won't even elaborate that much on. The things that this card does in any deck that uses the Fiendsmith cards is completely insane. Beatrice needs to be banned. It's sad. Beatrice is the kind of card that I would really like to see errated or maybe print a new version of BA support, because this card should have never been this generic. I don't understand why it is. I don't even understand why you are even able to make this card with 2 level 6s in the first place. Like, I feel like they could have made this card just be like, have no rank, like F0 or something, and just be like, the only way you can summon this is by discarding a BA and summoning onto Dante, right? Like, why even give it a way to summon it with 2 level 6s when BA never does that? Like, BA gonna overlay Malakoda and Virgil to make Beatrice? No, they won't. But yeah. This card needs to be banned. Wave Hiking Caesar is another card that's, and this is why I think Beatrice is going to be banned. Once again, I want to reiterate, I don't believe that they want to kill Fiendsmith. But banning Beatrice does not kill Fiendsmith. Fiendsmith is an incredibly powerful engine, even without Beatrice existing. They have so many other options of what they can do. They can still make early Appaloosa. They can still make Wave Hiking Caesar. They can still make a Volzar Lars. All that kind of stuff. They are still incredibly efficient in terms of what they do. So banning Beatrice will not hurt the viability of Fiendsmith whatsoever. It'll just make it less toxic. Part of me wants Wave Hiking Caesar to be banned. Because it still makes the Fiendsmith cards incredibly powerful in order to play through Nibiru and still be an incredible end board piece. I think this one is wishful thinking, though. I think I would do it, but I don't think they will. Right? Is where I will put this. And now let's talk about Yubel, which in my opinion is it's weird. I like the Yubel deck. In some ways, I don't like it in other ways. The reason why I don't love the Yubel deck is because it feels like if they hit Snake Eye in a meaningful way, Yubel simply replaces it. And Yubel honestly feels like a watered down version of Snake Eye, right? Like you're still doing one card combos, you know, like in my mind, what one Nightmare Throne does is not that different conceptually from what one Snake Eye Ash does, right? Like the only difference with Yubel is that Yubel has less powerful, like less starters and less powerful like extenders as well, right? Like I think it's more realistic that you can interrupt Yubel. They have more choke points basically because it's not that easy to replace certain things. Like when your Samsara D Lotus gets ashed and you can't prevent it, that's kind of hard to replace, right? Like that, you need like multiple cards to make up for that. It's not as simple, right? Still, only because the deck is a watered down version of Snake Eye does not mean it's okay, because Snake Eyes is incredibly powerful. Yubel is just a little bit worse, right? And so I do wish that they would do something about Yubel. Here's my problem. I think it's incredibly hard to hit Yubel because it's like a lot of the cards are very, very new. And Fiendsmith is a large part of the deck, which doesn't really feel like it's going to get hit in a meaningful way. So the only thing that's left is hitting Yubel itself, but it's kind of awkward. Once again, this, for the health of the game, for game design purposes, this is a phenomenal thing, right? Phantom to 1 is incredibly smart game design wise, right? That is something that should happen, in my opinion. I think that's wishful thinking. I don't think that's happening, but I still wanted to mention it because this card, honestly, this should have said you can only summon this once per turn anyways. They fumbled the bag when they didn't put that sentence on that card, right? We all agree on this. I've never met an individual who didn't agree with this statement. I feel like every time Phantom of Yubel is mentioned, the first thing someone says is should have been once per turn. Everyone says that. So this card is the perfect card to put to limited. But it's also the most expensive card in the Yubel archetype. And is relatively new. And people have obviously spent a lot of money on 3 copies of Phantom of Yubel. So that's why I think it's wishful thinking for this to happen right away. Which leaves us in this very awkward spot where we have to think about what we do to Yubel if we can't really hit Phantom, and we also can't really expect the Fiendsmith cards to get hit, what do? Right? Do you hit Nightmare Throne? I didn't even include Nightmare Throne, but I guess you could limit Nightmare Throne. I wouldn't hate that, actually. But that's also kind of expensive. And it's also not super old. So, I don't know. And everything else that's left feels like it is super odd for it to be on the ban. Like, for example, I think banning Yama, like, let me finish, okay? Calm down. I don't think this is a good idea, but banning Yama would hit the deck in a meaningful way, right? And I hate it. I hate that we're talking about Yama because I hate how Unchained is just catching strays over the last couple months, right? I hate it. I don't like this, right? Like, Unchained did nothing wrong. Unchained was such a cool deck in the format. And it's not Unchained's fault that Yubel is abusing Yama in its combo, and all the other Yubel cards are quote-unquote unhittable because Phantom is really new and expensive, and Throne is relatively new and expensive, right? It's not, like, Unchained didn't do anything wrong. So I don't like this. I really don't like this, but I do think it is a more realistic hit than Phantom of Yubel to 1. But still, I would not do this. I would not do this. I think there has to be a better way to hit the Yubel deck than to just kill Unchained as well, right? But I just wanted to mention it. I wanted to mention it. And then there's another card that I frequently see brought up, and that is Opening of the Spirit Gates as like a limit or ban. And I gotta say, even though this feels kind of similar to Yama in the sense that the Sacred Beast deck didn't do anything wrong. Like, it's so weird for a card like this to catch a stray because of how good Yubel has become. But we've talked through most of the options that we have for hitting Yubel, and this seems like the one that's like the most realistic, quote unquote. Like, limiting opening, I wouldn't hate it, right? I wouldn't hate it. But yeah, I feel it's a very weird position for Yubel. It's a very weird position for Yubel. I don't know. Because, for example, Beatrice is not even that big of a deal for Yubel, right? Because Yubel has received Aerial Eater, which is a pretty similar card in terms of Beatrice, in like compared to Beatrice for Yubel. So Yubel doesn't really suffer from the banning of Beatrice. But yeah, I don't know. I'll leave opening at 1. Let me know what you think. How would you handle Yubel? But yeah. Tenpai, I think pretty smooth. I want this card to be limited. I think this is the one time where I agree with the OCG on something. They have limited this card. Tenpai is still incredibly powerful over there, so clearly it does not kill the deck. It is by far the hardest card to interact with against Tenpai, and with one copy, you at least eliminate the chance of them having a second one, right? Like, if you can set up a way to deal with one Sangan summoning, right? Like an SP Little Knight summon on the opponent's turn, or whatever it is, right? One interaction with a spell trap against Tenpai, you can get rid of the field spell, and then you can use your other interactions to actually interact with their field, right? They can't just easily have 2 copies of it, because in the TCG, honestly, it's incredibly likely that they can even find a second one, because they got Terraforming, 3 copies of the field spell, 3 copies of Prosperity, and the card is even searchable. So, like, it's very realistic that they can find a second copy and easily OTK you. Set rotation, they've been using that as well, right? So, like, Sangan Summoning, I think, is a perfect card to be at 1. Yeah. All right. And unironically, I have not many other issues with specific decks in the format. So I'm just gonna say a couple things to like standalone good cards. We're gonna talk about some extra deck staples and other staples. I think it's time for skill drain. Look, realistically, this gets limited. I would ban it. But I think I find it funny how like skill drain, like the reason why skill drain is so powerful at the moment. Well, first of all, there's not that many other super broken floodgates left, or most of them are limited at this point, which is good. So it only makes sense for skill drain to follow in those footsteps. But one of the reasons why skill drain is so powerful is because they just made a lot of decks that can ignore your floodgates on your own turn, really, right? That's just another thing about Snake Eye and also White Forest, you know, like the ability to continuously send away your face-up trap cards to just keep playing on your own turn, right? Is I don't know if it was intended, but it's incredibly strong. So I think skill drain needs to be here. Realistic prediction is limited. I would ban it, but this card is everywhere right now. Whether you're looking at meta decks, you know, like Snake Eye plays it. If you're looking at more rogue-ish decks, like the White Forest deck that I played, whether you're looking at stun decks, this card is everywhere throughout every single deck, and it's ruining games. It auto wins games. This card needs to be on the ban list. I would prefer if it was banned. My prediction is limit, but you know, anything needs to happen to this card, like something. And here we have two cards that I think are wishful thinking. I feel like I'm repeating myself between past Banlist discussions, so I don't want to spend too much time on these two. Calamity and Albion are two cards that I would like to see banned. But my logic here, why I'm putting them into wishful thinking, is because if they didn't do that on the last ban list or the ban list before that, then why would they do it exactly now? Because these are like the only thing that really makes branded viable at the moment. It's the only thing that makes people want to play Centurion, right? So why ban them exactly right now? I couldn't tell you. You know, I don't know exactly why now is the time for it. In my opinion, the time was like a year ago. But I'm just including these because they should be banned, right? And now we're going to talk about some other things, just some random like cards that go into a lot of different decks. Some, you know, like basically in the same vein as skill drain. I think Crossout should be limited. I think this card is frustrating to play against. I personally, like, specifically when it comes to one card combo decks like Snake Eye, I find it so frustrating to if you are lucky enough to draw 2 hand traps or something, and then they still cross you out and still combo through it like it's nothing. I just hate that. I think Crossout has no business being at 3, especially when we've already realized this problem with Called by the Grave, right? Like, we've put Called by the Grave to 1 years ago. And people still say Called by should be banned, but we've kind of like made our peace with the fact that Called by the Grave is limited. And Crossout is even seeing more play at the moment than Called By, right? Like, Called By is not even that popular at the moment, but Crossout is, right? Because Crossout has this thing going for it where if you're playing 15 hand traps yourself, you can cross out some cards that can't be Called By, like Nibiru and Imperm. And also, if you have the same hand trap in your hand, you are not locking yourself out of it. Like, if I have an Ash and my opponent has an Ash, I would rather cross out the Ash than Called by the Ash, right? So Crossout, in the way modern Yu-Gi-Oh is being played with those hand traps and such, Crossout is a more powerful card than Called by the Grave. And Crossout is even more frustrating when, for example, you're playing a mirror match and you don't have a hand trap, so your opponent gets to play, and then your opponent has Crossout, sets it, and completely fucks you up on your turn. Because he takes out a super incredible like engine piece from your deck, so you don't even have a chance to play into their board because they like cross out Poplar or cross out Flamberge, or cross out whichever deck you're playing, you know? Spirit of Yubel. I don't know what you cross out against the Yubel deck, but like, you know what I mean? Like this card's insane. This card's insane. It plays way too much into the concept of going first is too strong in Yu-Gi-Oh, which I feel like is the perfect timing. I mean, the perfect timing to hit this card once again was like a year ago, but I feel like it's time for Crossout because it's been out. You know, they've sold the initial print, they've sold the reprints. It's time. You know, this thing was in 2 megatins. It's time for Crossout to go to 1. It wasn't it even in Rarity Collection? I think it was. So yeah, like it's time. Crossout needs to go to 1 at least. Let's leave extra X staples for last. I'm gonna put Dimension Shifter. As much as it pains me to say it, I've included this card in probably every single ban list discussion I've had. I think Shifter is wishful thinking at this point. And let me clarify. I would have put this card on the ban list in the blink of an eye. This card would be banned if I was making the ban list. Here's why I feel like they want to keep this card around. I'm trying to put myself in. I'm trying to get into Konami's head and think about whether they're going to ban this card. This is one of the few cards that is making rogue decks playable. It's making rogue decks playable by being toxic. Don't get me wrong, which is not the right way to make rogue decks viable, in my opinion. But at least with the power level that the game is at currently, this is the kind of card that might keep someone playing who really hates like Snake Eye or Yubel or whatever, right? Which is why I think this card is going to stay. I don't like that this is how it is, but I think Shifter is going to stay, personally. Yeah. But I would love to see it. I would be pleasantly surprised if they hit Shifter. I just feel like, same logic, I feel like it's been clear that this card is a problem since years now, right? Like, during Tier Ishizu format, it was basically, we had the exact same talk about Shifter, right? Like, in 2023 or 2022, we've always talked about Shifter like that, and they've never even touched it. This is not necessarily, please don't twist my words. I don't think this is a good logic. I don't agree with this logic, but that's why I'm putting it into wishful thinking, right? Like, I would hit it. Don't make it like I'm justifying Shifter. I'm not. I'm just trying to make a prediction, and I don't think they're gonna hit it this time around. And I am happy to be wrong. I'm happy to be proven wrong. I personally don't expect it to happen, but I would like it. Prosperity, on the other hand, is, I think, in a similar spot as Crossout Designator, where I'm not sure, maybe the logic why they kept it around for so long, because this card deserves to be on the ban list, 100%. Maybe the reason why it hasn't happened for so long is because they felt like they wanted to reprint it a couple more times, right? Like, they wanted to reprint it a couple more times like they did with Crossout. You know, they threw it in some megatins, they threw it in Rarity Collection, and all that stuff, and now it's time. Hopefully this card goes to 1. You're still going to play it at 1. It's still going to be a really powerful card at 1. I don't think it has any business being at 3, making all these, like, every time there's a problem in the game, every time there's a problematic card like Skill Drain or anything of that sort, Prosperity amplifies that problem because it can be played in so many decks, and because it can find those cards so consistently, while also just being an incredibly consistency card. Like, if you don't need a Floodgate right now, but you need a starter, Prosperity is going to find it. If you need a Board Breaker going second, Prosperity is going to find it. You need a Floodgate going first, Prosperity is likely to find it. It's such a powerful card, and it has no business being at 3. Rivalry, this stands for all of these floodgates that are limited. In my head, I'm a little confused as to why all these cards are at 1 specifically. This is just something that in my head doesn't really make sense. The same is true for if they were to go and limit skill drain. I don't know why these cards have to be at 1 specifically. My only guess is that they want some amount of floodgates to be in the game. I think it's weird, but I think they won't ban Rivalry. I think it's wishful thinking that they ban more floodgates from the limited section, right? The same is, you can say the exact same thing about Anti-Spell, or which other floodgates are at 1. There can be only 1. Gozen. They're all limited, right? Yeah. So I think they'll leave those alone for now. But I'm happy as long as they hit skill drain. I'm very happy if they at least hit skill drain. That is the minimum I'm expecting towards floodgates. And now we've got some other cards that I am kind of feeling, I don't want to say neutral. Definitely, I'm definitely not neutral about Appaloosa. I hate Appaloosa. But look, if this was my list, this card would be up here in an instance, okay? I'm just trying to wrap my head around whether they will actually do it or they won't. Now, I will say, I also did not expect them to ban Baron the Fleur. I did not expect them to ban Borreload Savage Dragon. I feel like this latest ban list, like, it always felt like they had this kind of, I don't know what the right word for it is, but they were kind of not banning those kind of generic endboard pieces for a long time, right? They banned a lot of combo enablers like Halka Fibrax, Link Cross, that kind of stuff. But I can't remember that many, like I'm not remembering that many generic endboard pieces that they have banned in the recent years, which I never agreed with, right? I like the fact that they are starting to hit generic extra deck monsters, and it makes me hopeful that they hit Appo as well. I would ban this card. I am frustrated with Appaloosa for a couple of reasons. First reason, I hate how Appaloosa is never where it ends, right? Like, most of the decks don't make an Appo and then pass, because if that was the case, then I would be okay with it. Like, most decks, you can play against just Appo. That's fine. The problem is what happens after Appo, right? Because most of the decks summon Appo and then keep going, right? They keep going and keep going and keep going. It's like the Appaloosa, out of like the whole combo spreadsheet, there's like 50 steps, and Appo is like step 5. So it continues for like 40 more steps, right? I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean, right? Like, it's like, make Appo, insulate the rest of your combo from all of your opponent's hand traps except for Imperm, and then keep cooking, right? And then at the end, you have your combo, like your Snake Eyes board, or your Ubel board, or your Fiendsmith whatever board, your Memento board, whatever it is, right? You have that, plus you have Appo. And suddenly, the Appaloosa that you could maybe have outed with a single board breaker spell is no longer outable because those other cards make Omni Negates next to it. I think Appaloosa is incredibly problematic if it's paired with Omni Negates, right? If it's paired with Desiree, used to be Baron, Savage, but now we've got Varudras, Desiree, Evolzar, Lars. Plenty of ways to pair Appaloosa with Omni Negates, and that's when it becomes unoutable, right? Because Appaloosa itself stops all the monsters in your opponent's hand. The Omni Negates stop your opponent's spells. So how do you out Appo? That's right, you don't. So I think Appaloosa will be banned. I hope it's sooner rather than later. I don't know if it's exactly right now. You guys are right. The card was just reprinted in Rarity Collection 2. But remember Baron? Baron was printed in Rarity Collection 1. Right? That was the set that finally made Baron affordable. And it still got banned. So I don't think it's impossible for them to hit Appaloosa right now. And I think it would be good. Talk about IP Masquerena. Chat. 1, if you think IP should be banned. 2, if you think it shouldn't. I'm not sure where I am personally. I'm just trying to get people's ideas. I think I'm seeing more 1s right now. But there's also a lot of 2s. Like, my problem with IP Masquerena is the following, and I want you guys to think about this for a second. I don't know, I don't remember the last time I was genuinely annoyed by my opponent ending on IP Masquerena if it wasn't summoned off of Flamberge. Am I tripping? Or do I just not remember a single time where my opponent actually using, like, the broken part about Flamberge and IP Masquerena's interaction, maybe to put it into perspective, is you make IP Masquerena on your turn 1, and usually that is a card that you have to keep it on your board, right? You have to keep it on your board. You can't keep comboing with it. In Snake Eyes, they turn 2 bodies into IP Masquerena and they just link it off. They link climb with it, right? The IP Masquerena just makes Princess. You know, you don't have to worry about, well, I'm committing 2 bodies to this and then I have to keep it on the board. And I honestly, I can't even think of a different deck that really ends on IP Masquerena right now, right? Like in all the other decks, you can do more powerful things with 2 bodies or other things with 2 bodies than just ending on an IP Masquerena. Sprites? Yeah, okay. I think sprites is not a problem. Personally, and this is under the condition that we hit Snake Eyes massively, right? If we hit Snake Eyes, I think I'm okay with IP Masquerena. I think IP Masquerena, in terms of what it provides, is a strong end board piece, but I don't think it is overly powerful. I think what makes it powerful is that you summon it, you link it off for Princess, you bring back Flamberge, you put it in your spell and trap zone, it comes out for free on your opponent's turn, and it also lets you link off the stupid Flamberge Dragon so that you can guaranteed get it into the graveyard, right? So that you can get your floating effects and all that kind of stuff, right? Like, I think IP Masquerena in its core is fine. I think Flamberge is what makes it too powerful. So I'm gonna leave IP Masquerena untouched if they do something meaningful to Snake Eye. Promethean Princess, on the other hand, I think is a card that will inevitably be banned. This card does too much. And here is the thing. I think there is a world where this entire ban list looks different, right? Because, and here's an alternative way they could hit Snake Eyes if they don't want to ban Flamberge or Poplar, is they could do something like ban IP Masquerena and ban Promethean Princess. And maybe also Appaloosa. All those, right? Ban Appo, Princess, and IP, right? Which takes away a lot of the end board pieces from Snake Eyes, right? I don't think it would be enough. I think they would have to do other things, which is why specifically I'm doing it this way around, right? But that's what they tried last time, right? That's what they did last time. They hit Baron and Savage instead of hitting Snake Eye directly. I wouldn't prefer this. I would not prefer this. My take on Promethean Princess is the following. I think this card needs to be banned eventually. But once again, kind of similar to IP Masquerena, I can't remember the last time I was genuinely like, whenever I summon Promethean Princess in like Salamangreat or Fire King or whatever, it feels like a good card, but it doesn't feel like something that I would ban. Right? Like, I think this card is way too powerful and way too generic. I think eventually it will get banned. I would like to see a time where people get the chance to play this card in something that isn't Snake Eyes. Right? Because obviously you can do that right now. You can play it in your Salamangreat deck, but the problem is at a competitive level, you have no reason to play Salamangreat. You have no reason to play Inferno. You have no reason to play Fire King because of Snake Eye. Right? So I think I would like to see a world where they just get rid of Snake Eye and people can actually play Princess in other fire decks and maybe have a room to compete with it. Also, this card still gets its quarter century reprint or whatever in Bonanza and all that kind of stuff. Right? The Bonanza reprint or Megaton reprints and all that kind of stuff. I don't think this is going to happen yet, but I think it will eventually. This card is kind of like, it's giving me Sprite Elf vibes, right? So I think Promethean will eventually get hit, but yeah. And then the last card I wanted to include just because I felt like it was Druid Worm. I feel like this card is fair at 1. I'm not mad if they don't do this. I like Bestials. I wouldn't be unhappy if they don't do this. I just included this because I felt like this card is at 1 in the OCG. This card is at 1 in Master Duel. Bestials are incredibly popular ever since they came out, and Druid Worm to 1 just it feels right to me. It feels right to me. Because this card is just very, very powerful. And you can still play up to 8 Bestials if you want, right? Like, you can still play 1 Magna, 1 Druid, 3 Serenir, 3 Baldrakes. Like, if Bestials are good, you can play enough Bestials. So I think Druid Worm to 1 is fair. Because even though I like the card, I'm a fan of Bestials. I think to 1 is fair. But I also wouldn't be mad if they didn't do that. And I on purpose, I did not include anything that could come off the ban list because, quite frankly, I think it is more important right now to talk about what needs to happen with the things that are legal. I think it's more important what happens to the things that we have rather than the things that come off the ban list, because obviously they could bring back cards. They could bring back Heavy Storm. They could bring back whatever. They could unlimit Sharvara because most of the decks play 1 anyways. All those kind of stuff, right? They could do that, but that's not going to fix the game, right? Like, unbanning Drident will not fix the game. Unbanning whatever is not going to fix Snake Eye format. So, yeah. Where's Fountain? Where it belongs. Not on the discussion. All right. And once again, before we round off on this discussion, I think, personally, at least for me, this upcoming August ban list is very important. You know, sometimes there are ban lists where you think to yourself, or where I think to myself, you know, it'd be nice if we got some changes, but it also isn't incredibly important. But sometimes I feel like the game is in a spot where it needs some help. And right now is one of those spots where I want this to be very, very... I think it's necessary for this deck, for this list to do something. Whereas Protoss? I would ban Protoss. I would have preferred if they never brought it back. But when I'm seeing the Apodracosis cards, I have a gut feeling that that's why they brought back Protoss, because they knew about that archetype releasing soon-ish, and they wanted Protoss to be here for it. So I think Protoss, I would throw it into the wishful thinking category. Like, I don't think it's happening. I think they brought it back for a reason. And genuinely speaking, I don't think they are unhappy about the fact that, for example, Ritual Beast, and it ties into the shifter argument, right? They're giving these sort of rogue decks toxic cards to compete with the meta, like Shifter and Protoss. I think in their eyes, the fact that Ritual Beast was able to qualify for Worlds carried on the back of like Shifter and Protoss. I think in their eyes, that's a good thing because it promotes like diversity. I'm not saying I agree with it, but that is why I don't think Protoss and Shifter are going anywhere. Like, I think in their book, that's a good thing, right? Which I don't agree with, but I think that's the reality we live in, right? So, yeah, that's my take on Protoss and in parts Shifter. Do you think we have a nuclear ban list like in 2015 format? I think it's kind of the same situation. I think it has to happen. Yeah. Whether it's now or in 2 months or in 3 months, whatever. But we're gonna need it soon. We need a little bit of a nuke on some of the things that have been happening in the game recently. A little bit, yeah. Like whether it's the August one or like the one after that, I think we need some changes. We need some significant changes. Kid Kalos? I don't look. Once again, I don't think the way I'm looking at it is bringing back something cannot be the solution. Simply because Snake Eyes and other decks in the format right now are operating at an insanely high power level. And I don't want the solution to be to create more decks that are that powerful. I think we need to calm down a little bit on the power level, right? Like Kid Kalos should stay banned, and it is not the solution to Snake Eye format. I don't even know if people would play tier. I mean, people would play tier, but I don't even know if tier would compete with Snake Eyes if it had kit. Because like Snake Eye already plays like 8 Bestials or some shit. Like, have fun. Have fun against like with your full engine tier limit that has like almost no hand traps going second. Have fun into Snake Eye that plays like 20, including like 7 or 8 Bestials. I don't even know if that would do what you think it does. I don't want this Flamberge and Poplar ban because I don't like to kill decks. Maybe Temple ban is the way to go. Limit Snake Eye, Ash, and Flamberge, and it's fine. This is the best deck in the OCG right now. 1 Flamberge, 1 Ash, no Temple. We're past that point. We're past that point. Flamberge is at 3. They decide to play 1. Temple is at 3. They decide to not play it. So, like, with all due respect, those changes are ass. That is not what we need. I agree with you. I don't love completely killing a deck, but sometimes in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, that is what needs to happen. That's what needed to happen with Dragon Rulers. eventually. They had to die. That's what needed to happen with Necros. That it needed to die. That's what needed to happen with Tyr. That effectively had to die for a long time until it came back. Sometimes that's necessary. Sometimes when you make a deck that is so powerful, like you cannot make this deck weaker. Like this deck can replace all the things you take away from it so easily. A limit does not do it. And banning like a random card in the archetype, like banning Oak or something, like it's not enough. Like you read through this combo of how this one new Azamina card, this one right here, the continuous spell, this one continuous spell, we read through it earlier. This one continuous spell gets you Snake Eye Ash in hand with your normal summon still available, Closed Moon on the board to go into your Fiendsmith combo, and an Omni Negate from the Azamina fusion. And there is no Oak or Temple or anything involved. Right? Like they have created an absolute monster in Snake Eye, and they need to get rid of it. Like we're at the point where I think under my I remember a couple weeks ago there was a video I made talking about the philosophy behind like the Mol Charmies and how I would hope that they would ban Maxi. There was an OCG player who responded to it saying like the OCG at the moment does not even care that much about Maxi. They are just mad about Snake Eye and Fiendsmith engines getting better and better and better. They don't even give a shit. At this point, they are like, it almost feels like they are in this sort of mentality of like, dude, whatever kills combos is fine. Whether it's Shifter or Maxi or more Mul Charmies, like at this point, dude, just let the comboing stop. That is at least that is the vibe I got from that person responding to my video saying like, I was hoping Maxi would get banned. They were like, dude, we have other problems. And honestly, I agree. They do have other problems as well. Like, they have other problems. Maxi is a problem, but they got other problems. They got more severe problems. And I just don't want those problems in the TCG. I want to prevent those problems, right? I don't know, dude. Like, just take Rage of the Abyss and make the Azamina cards low rarity, make other cards the chase cards of the set, and just kill Snake Eye. Okay, Nesh is getting unhinged in the chat. I want 6 Maxis, unban Maxi. Fight fire with fire, dude. Instead of just putting it out. Yeah, I'll be right back. All right. Why is everybody scattering? Okay. This I'm not gonna lie. I was not aware that this card could do all that. It's crazy how little you like when I reacted to these cards for the first time, I didn't realize that they could do all that. That shit's crazy, dude. Yeah, it's an Omni Negate, Closed Moon, Snake Eye Ash in hand, and the Wanted Draw. How is that a thing, dude? How is that a thing? It is a good segue, though, into another topic that I wanted to talk about with you guys today, before we hop into deck building for locals. And that is, I wanted to have a little bit of a chat and see how the community felt about hold up, give me 1 second. I wanted to see how we felt about, or how like our stance as the community on like one card combos, because like this is it's a topic that's been like discussed a lot in recent years. It just feels like there's a general direction in Yu-Gi-Oh towards more one card combos, right? I feel like it's something that at this point, my stance used to be like powerful one card combos just shouldn't be a thing, right? That doesn't feel like a modern sort of opinion anymore at this point, because modern Yu-Gi-Oh, I feel like it's impossible to ignore the existence of one card combos, or to like cope on the fact that one card combos are never going to be a thing again, right? Like at this point in time, even the rogue decks are doing like one card combos, right? It's like I think of course you can have, I mean, I still am of the opinion that it is kind of lazy to just design crazy one card combos and that kind of stuff. But I think we need to talk about more like, how do you balance this sort of stuff? Like when I'm thinking OG one card combos, can anyone think of an older or more OG one card combo than like Alistair? Because that was the first example that came to my mind. I guess, oh yeah, Zodiac is a good point. Zodiac is also a good point. Those kind of things, right? Like it never felt like those kind of cards were ruining the game, right? It at least it didn't feel like, I mean, Zodiac was a dominant deck, but it was still a good format. Alistair never completely took over. So I feel like there is a window of opportunity in design space where you can make these cards, you can make one card combos, but they don't feel overly oppressive. So maybe there's a line at which one card combos are fine to exist, at which they don't ruin the game, or they don't feel like they're ruining the game. And I just want to maybe talk about where that line is, right? Because that line, I definitely draw the line somewhere before Snake Eye Ash. Snake Eye Ash, no matter where the line is, Snake Eye Ash is past that line, you know? So I wanna see like where the line is, right? Where is the line, right? Because for me personally, Snake Eye Ash is so far past the line, right? Like so far. For me personally, last year, which is the first time I remember complaining about this sort of stuff, is I feel like we passed the line for me personally with Loci and Circular, which has become a complete meme at this point, but I want to keep it like a more serious discussion. That's, for me personally, where it kind of passed the line, right? Like, those were the kind of ones where I felt like it was frustrating that if my opponent started with that one card, they did too much, right? And of course, Circular looks completely tame in comparison to something like Snake Eye Ash these days. I understand that, right? But like, for me personally, even what MathMech does is pass the line, right? The fact that this deck just either sets up what it sets up or kills me with one card, I think that's past the line. I think there is a world in which I'm okay with non-card with one card combos, right? Because let's look at what like the maybe let's look at what the advantages of one card combos are in terms of like your deck building and your abilities to play the game, right? One of the core and like Marincess, I think, is a good example for this, because this was always one of the main selling points. What's a good Marincess card? I guess let's just bring up Seahorse. One of the main selling points of playing Marincess has usually been like, okay, you can play with one card, so you have the ability to, first of all, your deck is relatively consistent, because if you can play a lot of one card starters, you don't need to draw crazy combinations of cards. All you need to do is see one of your starters, right? And so that was consistent, and it also didn't require you to build your deck in such a way that you would plan to see like 3 or 4 engine cards, right? You can easily afford to draw 3 hand traps in a deck like Marincess. So why does it feel fine to play against Marincess, but it doesn't feel fine to play against Snake Eye in that regard? Like, what's the difference? I think it's relatively easy, at least for me. The difference is that one Marincess card does not win the game on its own, right? It's the power level, right? It's the ceiling of that one card, right? What does, like, even if you start, what's the best one card starter in Marincess even? I don't even remember. Is it Blue Tang? Maybe it's Blue Tang. I don't even know what one Blue Tang ends on these days. But it used to be something like you could search one of the Marincess trap cards, and you could also maybe set up Argonaut or Bubble Reef. Right? I don't even remember if it could do both as just a one card combo. Could one card make Argonaut plus trap? I'm not even sure if it could, but maybe it could. I don't know. Either way. So, but I would argue Marincess is even, I don't think, for me personally, Marincess is the line. Right? I think you could go a little bit more powerful than Marincess. Like my favorite more modern example was Melodious. Pure Melodious, that is. And I wanna emphasize Pure Melodious because I still think that Ostinato is not a very well designed card because it's lacking a restriction. But the Marincess Pure deck obviously still has those restrictions because it's because it has like cards like First Movement Solo that lock you anyways, right? So like the Melodious deck for me was a good example because that deck had like room for, I think it had like room for like 15 non-engine or something, and it's relatively self-contained. That's another thing. I am a big fan when one card combos lock you into your own archetype or your typing or whatever. This is not a guarantee that it's fair though. I just want to say that, like, restrictions are good and important, but they don't automatically make a card balanced, right? Like, for example, the plant end board, in my opinion, even though you're locked to plants, I still don't think it's balanced, right? Or Gimmick Puppet or whatever, right? Like one card, one field spell being able to FTK through all monster hand traps because the field spell makes them unaffected. Like, that's not balanced, right? Even though they are locked into gimmick puppets, right? It still depends on the context of what you're locked into and what kind of options that leaves you with, right? Like, being locked into plants is cool and all, but if you have all the interrupts in the world available as in the plant cards, then why does it matter, right? Or like, if you're locked into gimmick puppets but you still have all the tools to FTK, then why does the lock matter, right? So I don't think that's the best argument, but it is part. Like, restrictions are healthy, right? Like in the case of Marincess, for example, the restrictions are very well done, right? Because they lock you into, what do they lock you into? They lock you into water and also Cyberse, I think? Or is it just water? I don't remember. Just water? Okay. So, yeah, that seems fine. Because if you're locked into water, you're kind of limited to what you can end on, right? You have, like, with good hands, you have the option to, like, Toad. With some other hands, you have the option to go for, like, a Zelantis board wipe. But for the most part, I feel like in Marincess, you have a healthy lock. And the same is true, in my opinion, for Melodious. Because when you're locked in Melodious, you have still powerful options, but you lose a lot of, like, crazy things you could otherwise do, right? Like, you're limited to basically ending on Etoile, Huberta, and, like, Aria for protection, right? Those are the only things that really do anything on your opponent's turn when you're playing Melodious. Everything else doesn't really provide anything, right? And so I think those are good examples of something that, you know, works. Another good example that people have mentioned in chat that I absolutely agree with is Centurion if Calamity is banned, right? And we have that in Master Duel at the moment, and it's a 100% fine deck to exist. Honestly, fun to play against, because if my opponent normal summons a Primera in Master Duel, even if I have no interaction in my hand, I know we can play a solid game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Their deck has Grind Game, their deck has an Omni Negate, but their deck will not lock me out of the game, their deck will not overload me on interaction. It's a completely normal game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Right? So I think that's roughly where my personal line is, right? My personal line is something around Centurion without Calamity. That's roughly, I think, where my line is. Maybe Voiceless. I think Voiceless is a little bit better than Centurion in that regard. Like, what one low does is more. Is it more powerful? They're about the same, right? Like, what are we thinking? Voiceless. Where is Voiceless? Is Voiceless? It's pretty similar, right? It's an Omni Negate with follow-up, but like slightly better, because I feel like Voiceless plays through hand traps better, but that's another thing. But in terms of, like, I think that's roughly where my line is. Roughly. If Voiceless is over the line, then not much. Right? They both end on an Omni, so that's bad. I agree. Omnis are not the best form of interaction. At the same time, you do have to put it into context, right? Like, if the Omni is quote-unquote the only thing they do, like in the case of Centurion and Master Duel, it's like, okay. But if your deck spams Apo, Flamberge, Promethean Engrave, plus an Omni, that's more problematic. I think it's fair to give these decks some context, right? Like, there's definitely a world where, like, there's a world of difference between the Voiceless Omni or the Cosmic Blazar Omni and every deck making Baron Appaloosa, right? So, yeah. Centurion will do 2 Blazar soon. See, and that's the thing. I'm talking about current Centurion. I'm not talking about what they might turn into eventually, right? I'm just trying to figure out, for myself and also for the Yu-Gi-Oh community, where we stand on 1-card combos, right? Because I personally don't believe 1-card combos should not exist at all. And I am basing that off of the fact that I don't hate Centurion. I don't hate Marincess. I don't hate Voiceless. I don't hate Melodious. Those are all decks that I think are completely fine to exist. And to me, that means one card combos have a space in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where I find them acceptable, right? And if, I mean, I'm throwing this out there, we're having this discussion live because I want to hear how you guys feel about this, right? Like, are we in agreement that there is a line where this is acceptable? Unless it's circular. See, you're always making fun of me for that as if that's unreasonable. I think there's a difference between my opponent normal summoning Primera in Master Duel and my opponent using circular in Master Duel, right? Because one Primera in Master Duel will never kill me when I go first. Let's say my opponent hand traps me and I have to pass. Primera does not kill me. Circular, you're dead, right? Difference. When I go second in Master Duel, my opponent normal summons Primera. That's one Omni Negate. One. My opponent summons activates Circular. That's what is the current? I don't even know what the current standard is, but it's a super factorial for hand rip, send from field, Omni Negate, Terahertz for a spell trap, for a spell trap negate, Heat Soul to draw 2 cards. It's not the same, okay? So as much as I understand the circular thing is a meme, I am serious. I don't agree with the design behind MathMech, right? This whole meme that we're riding for a year or two now, it does come from my genuine concern with one card combos that I felt like got out of hand around that time, right? So, and I think as funny as you might think you are when you say like, oh, you criticize MathMech, but you think Primera is okay, I want to emphasize I do think there's a difference. And here's another thing. Here's another thing that I think is important when designing one card combos. I think it's important that one card combos can be stopped and interacted with if you draw certain hand traps, right? I think that's another issue with specifically Snake Eye that that like makes it frustrating to play against, is because the deck has pretty much no clear choke points. Because every single point where you interact with them, they can just replace it by drawing any of their extenders, right? Like if you have an Imperm, Veiler, Ash, even Nibiru, or any other hand trap, if they have one extender, they can play through it no matter what, right? And this is problematic because it's basically also making those decks unstoppable. And my take is that one card combos should be relatively easy to stop, because those decks have a lot of room for non-engine. So I think the desired gameplay for when you play against those decks, or when you play one of those decks, I think what you should sign up for is, if you get stopped, you have to stop them with your non-engine and try again next turn. I don't think it's reasonable that you can just ignore their hand traps, keep playing, and then just back up your board with hand traps. I think it would be more like it'd be smarter design-wise, or better design-wise, if you just go normal summon Primera or whatever. Like what's a good example, like where you stop? I mean, I guess, yeah, Imperm Primera, you don't have an extender, so you just like pass, and then you have to hand trap or stop your opponent from killing you, and then you can try playing again next turn, right? Centurion does have some extenders for like Emblem of Oath or the field spell, but like it's yeah. I don't know. Is Branded Fusion okay? I think Branded Fusion is hard to compare this to, because it's a little different in some aspects, right? I think Branded Fusion, I wouldn't say Branded Fusion is okay, but for other reasons. I don't hate Branded. I just hate how so much of that deck is condensed in that one card. That is just a something I don't really like. I wish, because I do think Branded has so many other cool cards, like the whole synchro package and all that kind of stuff. I think it's sad that the entire deck revolves around locking yourself into fusions, with Branded Fusion, and it being like that one super clear choke point. Like choke points are good, but I don't believe that you should build, or like that they should make you build a deck around one card, and then if that one card gets stopped, your deck basically does nothing unless you have a super specific combination of cards to still play, right? You played Branded yesterday and you still feel like that? No, I like Branded. I like Branded, with especially if they banned Albion. I think Branded is cool. And I think Branded is not easily comparable to decks like Snake Eye, Centurion, Marincess, all those. I think they're different. At least I'm having trouble voicing why, but I think Branded is a little different and harder to compare. Because you can say whatever you want about Branded, at least Branded cannot ignore your hand traps, right? Like Branded, if Branded gets hand trapped on Branded Fusion, like Ashed or something, that deck has to significantly change how it plays, right? And its game plan in the TCG at the moment, at least to my understanding, is like, if I get Ashed on Branded Fusion, I try my hardest to somehow piece together a puppet lock to not get killed, right? Which it can, you know, there are ways to play around Ash with Branded, I'm aware, but it's not as easy and not trivial. And definitely not, there's no one card combo to play around Ash, right? So, yeah. So in some ways, I think it's okay that Branded Fusion is such a big choke point, you know? It just feels it feels bad when you play against Branded and you don't have Branded Fusion, you don't have Ash, and the deck feels like unstoppable, right? That's also not a great feeling. But it is good that there is counterplay to that card. But yeah. So I think to get this discussion to a close, I just wanted to get my point across. TLDR, I don't think one card combos are going anywhere in Yu-Gi-Oh! At least in the near future. But I think that's okay, because the more I think about it, the more I can think of a lot of examples where I'm fine with one card combos existing. And it definitely has something to do for me with the ceiling of the combo, right? Like one card Snake Eye Ash is definitely too much for me. Even Centurion in the TCG is too much for me. I think one card should not Calamity Lock your opponent. But I am fine with one card combos in the form of Centurion in Master Duel, even maybe Voiceless Voice, even though that's like right on the edge, I think. And I'm also fine with stuff like Melodious, like pure Melodious and stuff like that, right? Yeah. Does that mean Meow Meow Mew can come back? In today's environment, it could probably come back, yeah. And this is another thing with card design that you need to be aware of. Sometimes the cards are just ahead of their time, right? Like, I think if Prank Hits came out now with Meow Mew, people would not complain about it. Simply because we've gotten used to this concept of like one card combo and one card doing a couple of things. I think today, one Prank Hit normal summon would not be looked at in a problematic way, right? It's just the fact that it came out 2 years ago. I feel like we were not at this point yet where we have kind of gotten used to it. That like during adventure Prank Hit format, we looked at that as in a problematic thing, right? But I do think Meow Moo could probably come back. But I definitely think they have crossed the line with some one card combos like Nightmare Throne, Snake Eye Ash, and that sort of thing. They need to be careful, basically, with the one card combos that they give us, I think. And I think this is a learning that they will have. I think sometimes this happens where they find this concept, like people being able to play with one card, which does have its advantages, right? From a game design perspective, one card combos don't only have disadvantages, right? The ability to play a very consistent deck and be able to play the game every time because you play one card combos, you don't need to piece together multiple cards to be able to play. I think is it has its advantages, right? Like, but they definitely feel like, I feel like they crossed the line. I feel like they've taken it a little bit too far, and I hope they will get that sentiment from the community that, like, some level of one card combo. Oh yeah, live twins. Live twins is another thing that is pretty much in line with what I would expect from a one card combo. But yeah. Prankits was 3 or 4 years ago. Wasn't Prankits 2022? Maybe it's 3 years. Wow. What about Ponix? I mean, Fire King is fine. Fire King is fine, disregarding the Snake Eye cards in it. Vakaushi? Yeah, see, this is the weird part, the confusing part about the TCG for me at the moment is, like, Vakaushi, they hit pretty much immediately because it feels like they realized that we didn't like this, right? Like, this was something that came out and got slaughtered 2 weeks later, which everyone liked. I mean, I'm sure not everyone. There's always people that disagree. But, like, I think a majority, I think it's fair to say the majority of the community was happy that Vakaushi was handled relatively fast, right? I think the difference between Vakaushi and Snake Eyes is that Vakaushi was not part of the year or two long lore archetype that OCG has decided to make incredibly powerful, right? Like, Vakaushi was legacy support, one-time thing that came out, right? And Snake Eyes is different. Snake Eyes is a new archetype that is part of the Diabellstar lore, which they are trying to push for 1 or 2 years, right? I think that's the difference. I think that's why Vakaushi was handled this way and Snake Eyes is handled in another way, right? And that's kind of sad, because with Vakaushi, we realized the good thing for the game was to not let this happen, but for Snake Eyes, we're not doing that for other reasons, right? Thinking about the fact that Tyr and Cash were also main lore, yeah, they've been meta for a long time because of it, right? Can we agree banning around sales instead of balance is bad for the game? I mean, yes, we agree, but it is always, unfortunately, the reality we live in is that both things are an important factor for them, right? It's selling Yu-Gi-Oh cards is a business, right? So I think it's unrealistic to be like they should only do it from a health game balance perspective, right? Which is often where we as the community, we're coming from that standpoint. We're like, just do what's best for the balance of the game, right? Like, that stuff. But sometimes you gotta accept that, well, I mean, they do want to sell those cards that they've designed, right? More fun equals more money. Theoretically, in the long run, I would agree with you. I always favor the favor the balance of the game over short-term selling an archetype or something. But yeah. On the other hand, they have managed to keep this game around for 20 plus years, right? Which a lot of other trading card games have not managed to do. So they are doing something right. But yeah. I do feel like we should get a little bit more balance of game changes. But yeah. just look at what happened to Runeterra to understand. See, that's the other thing. Yeah, I actually played Runeterra. I loved Runeterra, and they did a lot of things for the balance of the game and for the players and all that kind of stuff, and they made it very cheap and affordable to play, and the game died because of that, because they didn't make enough money, right? There needs to be a balance between the two things. And I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is more on the side of they're making too many decisions based on business. And they could do a little bit more for the health of the game. But it is at least working out, right? Runeterra died. I mean, I think the game still exists, but like competitively, it's done. I think PvP is pretty much done. All right. Those were just some things I wanted to get out of my system, because they are things I am that they definitely are on my mind when I'm thinking and anticipating the August Forbidden and Limited list happening, and other stuff. Like I think it is important to discuss these things and voice these opinions, because yeah, I think you need, and I really wanted to, especially the one card combo thing was something I felt very interested in, on how we feel about it in the year of 2024. Because like I feel like in 2023 it was often like one card combos just shouldn't exist, period. Which was also something that I'm sure I've said at some point. But I feel like they've shown this year that they can design one card combos in two very different ways, right? They can make them in a fine way, or they can make them in a very problematic way. So I feel like just make more of the first kind and get rid of the second, and then we're okay. That being said, we are now gonna move into something that could not be further away from one card combos, because I'm going to locals today. And I have a purple box on my desk right now, and I still need to build my deck for today. And I have this little box which has all of my Paleo cards in it, and I'm gonna play Paleos at locals today. I'm gonna be going to locals more often in the next couple weeks, I think, and I'm also gonna bring back more TCG content onto the Twitch channel, where we do like remote duels and stuff like that and test out new archetypes. I have a lot of archetypes on the list of things that I wanna try and see if I can make them work, like Mimighoul and stuff like that. And there still is other archetypes from before that I haven't played yet, like Ashen, or like Shining Sarcophagus, or the new Exodia archetype, or Madolche, or Memento, or like Heroes, all that kind of stuff, right? I don't have all the cards for those yet, and I don't think I'd be able to build it in like 2 hours anyways. So I figured today I wanna bring out the old Paleo deck again, and add some new spice into it, because there are a couple cards that came out or that have been brought to my attention that we could try. So yeah, let's hop in and build the Paleo deck for today's locals. Let me go through the cards that I want to potentially include today. Let's do this. The first card obviously is this new guy. I wanna put this into the deck. This card is from the Infinite Forbidden, and it's actually almost like it's a custom card for Paleo, basically. It's a level 2 water aqua. If a monster is special summoned by your trap effect, you can special summon this card from your hand or graveyard. But if you summon it from the grave, banish it when it leaves the field. During your opponent's battle phase, you can activate one of these effects, immediately synchro summon using this card, or immediately Xyz summon using this card. You can only use each effect once per turn. This card is great for Paleo randomly. Because when you bring back a Paleo with its own effect, you can summon this from your grave, and then you can and then you can, in your opponent's battle phase, make Toad or Animalocaris with it, which is really nice. So I really like this card. It's especially powerful with Rise to Full Height, because you can, if you target it with Rise to Full Height and then overlay with it, it's not there anymore, so they can't even attack like your Toad. So this is something I want to include. I'm not sure how exactly we're going to build the deck yet, but I want this card to be included no matter what, because I want to try it. And then there's another engine you can now play in Paleos, which you can play Swap Frog again, because Swap Frog can send this card, but Swap Frog can also send Mirror Mage of the Ice Barrier, which makes Swap Frog a 1-card Toad again, with Freezing Chains of the Ice Barrier, obviously. So what you can do is, in theory, if you don't get hand trapped, which I don't think is super likely this format, but in theory, the setup of, if you draw Swap Frog, your setup is theoretically pretty strong. Let me show you what you can do. It's not going to be as strong as Snake Eye Ash, but for the context of Paleo, it's pretty strong. So you would normal summon Swap Frog, you would send Mirror Mage to the graveyard to search Freezing Chains. Freezing Chains revives Mirror Mage, and then you make Toad, and then you pass, and on your opponent's standby phase, you detach from Toad, and you summon out another Swap Frog, and that Swap Frog sends you Magic Colloidal Soul to the graveyard. So you get a pretty neat setup. You get Toad plus this in the grave. If you don't get interrupted, of course. But yeah. The only thing I don't like is that this card is a permanent spell. So first of all, this is a brick if you draw it without the Mirror Mage, obviously. But it'll take up one of your back row spots for the entirety of the game, which I could see that being a problem. Especially if you play like Balance of Judgment and stuff like that, right? Like that could be annoying if this card's here. But I want to play Soul no matter what. Like this card will be in my deck no matter what version I play. Whether we play the Swap Frog, Mirror Mage, Ice Barrier package. Thank you, John Konami, for the 420. Just put it in Rage of the Abyss. Yeah. So whether we're gonna play these cards, I'm not sure yet. I mean, we're definitely not gonna play 3 and 3. I just yeah. But I just wanted to point out that those are options. We're also very free in terms of the number of cards in the deck. I don't really care for locals with Paleo, whether it's 50 or 60 or whatever. I don't care. And here's some other cards that have technically been out for a while, but that I just haven't played in Paleo much yet. That I might play eventually, or try out. So we tried this in Master Duel, and I'm pretty sure I didn't like it that much. It was Flawless Perfection of the Tenny. So the idea with this card, basically what this card does is whenever your opponent special summons an effect monster while you have a non-effect monster, you can draw 2 cards. So technically it draws you 2 cards every turn, but your opponent can obviously get rid of it. I tried this and it didn't feel good enough, but you could play this with Metaverse, which is obviously a normal trap card. But I'm not convinced by this. It wasn't great. We tried it in Master Duel. It wasn't great. We only did a couple games with it though. Morganite is better. My problem with Morganite is I don't know if I want to play Morganite, because this guy, you can summon this from your hand or graveyard, and it obviously activates in hand, right? So I am not sure if I want to play Morganite with this card, because sometimes you're going to draw this card and you're not going to have a way to get it into the graveyard, because let's say you want to normal summon something else. And so you just want to summon it from your hand, and then you can't do that because you Morganite it. So I'm not sure about if I want to play this plus Morganite. But you can normal summon it with Morganite. I guess I can have a second normal. That's true. It would be a problem if I draw it later though, right? Like what if I, for example, I activate Morganite and then I draw this with Balance of Judgment and I can't use it. But I guess that's a very situational, that's a very rare situation. Yeah, actually, maybe it's okay. So maybe we just play Morganite in this. Another card that I ordered after we tried it in Master Duel was Redeemable Jar. This card was genuinely not bad in Master Duel, but obviously it does not help you establish at all. But this card is basically another card that gives you incremental value every turn because it's a continuous trap where once per turn, you can banish a trap from your grave and then add a different trap from your graveyard to your hand. So I think this is kind of decent. You just activate this and get a free card every turn, basically. Which is kind of like Morganite, but in a way that your opponent can deal with it. But I ordered it, so there's an option. I played one in Master Duel, and that felt fine. But yeah, it's not a normal trap, so you can't really access it. But and then we have this card. I just love, this is one of the things I love about Paleo is how many like random ideas you can come up with of cards that you would never play otherwise. So Small Scuffle is a card that says choose 2 unused main monster zones in the same column. Special summon a level 2 or lower monster from your hand or deck in your chosen zone, and then your opponent can do the same from their deck to theirs. So basically, it's a trap that lets both players special summon a small monster from the deck. It can be dangerous because it can be an extender in your opponent's turn, of course. But technically, you can summon like Soldier Dragons with it. You can summon this card with it. You can even trigger this with it. Like if you have this in the graveyard, for example, you can like do a Small Scuffle into a Swap Frog or something, then bring this back and then make Toad on your opponent's battle phase or something. It's not bad, I think. You could try it. And then obviously the rest of this is just all the other cards that I've been considering in Paleo in the past. So what I want to do first is maybe lay out the cards that I want to play for sure, and then work from there, right? Because we're obviously always gonna play. It's always gonna be Karma Cannon .deck with Trap Trick and Rollback, right? So those are guaranteed to be in the deck. Soldier Dragons and Laundry Dragon Maids are an option. I don't think I'm gonna play this. I'm not sure. I like this version though. I like this version. I like the Laundry and the Soldier Dragons. Morganite is a card that I'm leaning towards playing. I like playing Morganite. We're always gonna play Elemental Burst. No questions asked. We're not gonna play Magical Hats. I'm sorry, guys. We're not gonna play Magical Hats today. The other thing that we want to consider, or that I want to consider, is like, I'm not sure. I haven't been to locals in a while, but I'm not sure how many at locals play the Snake Eye deck. I would guess not that many. Paleo's Needlebug Nest. I'm pretty convinced by Balance of Judgment. I want to play that. It's been this has by far been my favorite draw card. What's wrong about Magical Hats? I think it's genius. I mean, it's fun, but the fact that your opponent has to go battle phase before you can use it is kind of a problem. Just very easy to get rid of beforehand. You want most of your cards to be chainable. Dude, these are unsorted. Why is this all unsorted? The mess. Okay. First is already somewhere? No. Nadia. Dynamicious. Griefing. Why is there four Babokus? Oh, because this one's German. Rise to full height. Leoncolia. All right. So the baseline is always going to be 15 Paleos. Make some room. Where are my backjacks? Was there no backjacks in here? Where did backjack go? Hello? Backjack. Where did I put backjack? Okay. Anyways. So. We are always going to play 15 Paleos. There's no question about that, I don't think. I would love to play a deck with, like, I hate Canadia. It's just not great at the moment, but you have to use a certain number. We're always going to play Nest. I think Vaboku is not optional. Fiend Griefing Backjack, I consider not optional. Balance in this. So this is stuff I definitely want to play alongside Rollback, Trap Trick, and Karma Cannon, and Rise to Full Height, right? So how much is that? 3, 6, 12, 18, 24, 39. Okay, 39 traps guaranteed. And then spell cards, we have these as options. I also didn't put reasoning in here. Okay, wait, let me see. Let me look through. I have my box of cards here. Let me look for my backjacks. They are. Okay. Goated sorting system. Found my backjacks in 2 seconds. All right, want to play backjack for sure. Where's reasoning? Reasoning. All right. Pop. Another card that I was thinking of that I think is good in the current format and good in this deck is Ice Dragon's Prison. Because that card seems good against Fiendsmith cards. Also could play this. That card seems good against Fiendsmith cards. And it seems good against a lot of decks in general. And it also triggers the it can trigger this if you don't have a Paleo, or if you get chain blocked or something like that. Right? Because it does special summon a monster. So I think IDP is a card that I would consider in the current format. Yeah. I think the more I'm looking at it and the more I think about it, the more I feel like this package seems a little hope. Seems like it's a little too many monsters. When also these are just like terrible draws, right? They're just like not good. I don't know. It feels like I'm trying to turn this deck into a combo deck when it's really not, right? I don't want to draw this card ever. I don't want to draw this card ever. I don't want to mill this card ever. This card, for some reason, and this is one other reason why I'm inclined not to play this. This card, if this card is sent to the grave, add an Ice Barrier card that's banished or in your deck to your hand. Why not from grave, dude? Why, if I mill this, my entire engine is dead? I don't like that. Why not? Why does it add from banished and not from grave? Really annoying. Really annoying. I want to play this guy. I want to play I think I want to play these 7. So we're already at 49. I'm not sure about reasoning. It depends on how the deck looks. We're already on 49. This puts up to 52. Oh, also, Iperia is an option. Where's Iperia? Iperia. There. I am... Look, I love the Soldier Dragon package, but I am not sure if that is too many summons. Normal summons. If I play this card. I mean, technically you don't have to summon this, but... I don't know. They are good. I do like those, but like I don't feel comfortable playing 3 soldiers, 2 launch. Like this is 11 monsters, dude. It's 11 monsters. But I don't ever take out Backjack, right? Like that's not happening, is it? Do I play Soldier Dragon, Laundry Dragon Maid, and Soul? I think if you play Soldier Dragon, Volmina, Statue of the Sacred Dragon should be in consideration. Is that the new Pendulum Dragon from the new set? I think that was also made for Paleos, but I don't think it's as great. But let me get it and read it. I have it somewhere. Give me a second. Okay. What was this again? Level 2 Dragon. If a monster is special summoned by your trap effect, you can target a card on the field, return it to the hand, then you can special summon this card. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can place this monster in your pendulum zone. If you do, return the opponent's monster to the hand. Okay. So, I mean, the idea behind this card is really cool. Because it, quote unquote, it lets you summon an interruption off of Soldier Dragons. Should we just, for the sake of it, should we just try all the new info support in one deck? Like, just because we're thankful that they made all these. We play like 1 laundry, 1 statue. Maybe we cut 1 backjack. We Sol. No reasoning because we have so many level 2s. 10 monsters in 60 cards. It's not the end of the world. See, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't think I play reasoning with this lineup. Too many monsters. You don't mill enough on average. You don't mill enough on average, I think. I think this is okay because like you don't have to, this basically doesn't count as a monster, right? Because if I draw this, I just put it in a scale and it's basically a compulse, right? If I can special summon a monster by trap effect, right? It clogs the back row a bit. I mean, but like if you go first, you have 5 cards. If you never have too many things to set in the early stages. I think this is fine. I think I want to try this just to get a feeling for it. It's locals at the end of the day. So I think getting a feel for these new cards is fun, right? So let's play the dragons and let's play the soul. I'm confident that I can go down to 1 laundry and not play tidying though to save some space in the deck. And we just play those, and then the question is, how many backjacks do you play? Maybe cut 1 soul. I mean, the problem is I have no way to access it though. I need to mill it or draw it. And I want to mill or draw it, right? I want to mill or draw this card. Otherwise, I mean, maybe it's more of a bonus and you don't need to play 3. We'll see how the space works out. I'm convinced that I want to play Morganite. I want to play Trap Tantalizing Tune. I want to play Card of the Mice. So that's 46. That's 51. 54. 57. I wanted to play one of that maybe, but maybe I don't have room. And I wanted to play the IDPs. If I didn't miscount in my head, this should be 60. This is 11, 3, 6, 11 monsters, 7 spells, 18, 24, 30, 33, 39, 45. Yeah, it's 60. This is 60 cards with no redeemable jar. It could be 2 IDPs, but I think drawing that card is fine. You just don't want to draw multiples, but you're playing 60. You could cut Fiend Griefing and Backjack. I just really love the idea of having multiple traps that bring back a monster from the grave. Swap Frog feels better with accessing Soul. I mean, the problem is just playing Swap Frog to access Soul is not good, right? If you play Swap Frog, I think you need to play the Mirror Mage stuff. If you just play Swap Frog to send Soul, that's basically like you can just draw Soul and it does the same thing. And this is also a bad mill, whereas milling Soul is a good mill. So I would never go lower on Soul to play Swap Frogs. I don't think. The only thing that I think genuinely would be good in this version of the deck, I think Small Scuffle would make a lot of sense here. Because Small Scuffle can give you access to this card and also Soldier Dragons, right? Like the Small Scuffle seems like it's a cool card in here. I just don't know what I would cut for it. I don't think we can really cut much. Like these 2 cards I would like to try. Right? Because it's like if you summon a Soldier Dragon early on in your opponent's turn, that seems pretty cool. Try Dominus Impulse. I don't want hand traps in this deck. I don't want hand traps. All right, anyways, we're going to finish this in a moment, but I did just receive my food, so I think it's time, and I can't eat while we're deck building, so let's have a quick... You know what we can do today? Oh, I know what we can do. This has been suggested a billion times. We can do the Paleo Zoologist reviews the Paleo archetype. I think that's fitting. Hold up, where is it? We haven't done that one yet. Where is it? Paleo. There it is. Okay. So we have lunch break, and it is time for the zoologist reviews Paleozoic archetype from Yu-Gi-Oh video, which I've been obviously, as the Paleo guy, I've been suggested this video infinite times, and I still haven't watched it. So let me. I do know that the Paleozoic creatures are kind of based on real creatures, but I don't know, dude. Let's see.
Yu-Gi-Oh from media but never played the game, you might have known that Yu-Gi-Oh are identical with unnatural monsters and humanoids. What you might not know is, some Yu-Gi-Oh monsters are just straight up animals. Some are very vanilla, but some of them have some sort of creative twist to it, like these pastel-colored animals, or animals with jobs. There are also prehistoric animals.
Dude, they're not wrong, but something feels off about describing the rescue cards as animals with jobs.
It's not wrong, dinosaur is its own type in Yu-Gi-Oh! Some are also vanilla. Some are... yeah, like this. But some Yu-Gi-Oh player might not know that one of the most beloved, or maybe hated archetype is actually just animals. I'm gonna talk about the Paleozoic. I've heard a specific Yu-Gi-Tuber called them bacteria several times. But no, they are animals. Real animals.
Wait, who calls them bacteria? I mean, I know Farfa, obviously. I got the reference, but like, obviously not bacteria, dude.
So, what are they? Let's talk about the name of their archetype for that.
They're goated.
I strongly prefer the OCG name for this. The Japanese OCG name is Bajestoma. For the Korean version, I cannot read Hangul, so I'm just gonna trust Google Translate for that.
버제스토마.
Okay, so the Korean name is also Bojestoma. That's actually the best name
Bojestoma
for them. I almost forgot that Paleozoic were originally Korean exclusive, so that makes sense. Anyway, that name is straight up a reference to what they are, the Burgess Shale fauna, named after where they are found, the Burgess Shale, located in Canada. This is a marine deposit, which means all of
the Paleos are Canadian? That's crazy.
These animals are marine creatures, which is why all of them are water aqua in Yu-Gi-Oh! For the TCG name, basically it's just Paleozoic in different languages. Paleozoic is an era. You might be familiar with Mesozoic, that is the era when dinosaurs exist. Maybe you're familiar with the name Jurassic, that is the middle period of the Mesozoic era. So, Paleozoic is the era before the Mesozoic, spanning from around 540 million to 242 million years ago. The Burgess Shale fauna fossils are from
Cambrian, Cambroraptor.
The Cambrian, which is the first
when Paleozoic Mississippian when?
Period of the Paleozoic era, specifically Middle Cambrian, around 510 to 505 million years ago. Burgess Shale is the first Cambrian fossil deposit to be...
I feel old now. Dude, my favorite deck is from million years ago. I really am a boomer.
Found. It was discovered back in 1909. What's interesting about the Burgess Shale fauna is their uniqueness. Most of them don't have an extant animal representative, so it took a long time for us to even understand what they are. Some fossils had been analyzed and redescribed several times, even as recent as June 2024. That is just 2 or 3 weeks before this video is gonna be uploaded. Even so, some of the
Paleo support
them are really popular, being used in several popular media, including Yu-Gi-Oh, of course.
Maybe there was no Paleo support because they just hadn't discovered a new form of it yet. We've exhausted all of them, so now they found one in June. Maybe.
So, if we are looking at the Yu-Gi-Oh archetype, the trap cards are the abundant animals. Well, most of them at least. While the extra deck monsters are the dominant predators of the ecosystem. I'm gonna talk about them one by one. Starting from the most abundant animal, Marella.
He's the coolest trap.
It's named after Dr. John Marr. We found a lot of Marella specimens in Burgess Shale, reaching over 25,000 specimens. They are really small, only about 2.5 centimeters. Marella is an arthropod, but nothing like the current existing arthropods.
This almost, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm being baited or if this is accurate. It feels almost like a made up joke, right? Like Marella is named after its founder, John Marr. Dude, this almost feels like someone is trying to trick me into believing this is actually true.
They are active swimmers, but most likely stay near the seafloor. So, at first glance, the first thing I would notice when looking at Yu-Gi-Oh! Marella is this eyes. We never found any evidence of eyes in Marella fossils. The second are these appendages. These swimming appendages is a kind to the one you can find in stomatopod, like the mantis shrimp. The thing is, we also don't have any evidence of these thick bristles on the tip of the swimming appendages in Marella. Usually, the reconstruction of Marella just shows swimming appendages
Marella.
with several orderly setae, not clumping at the tip like this, but it's still believable. The regular appendages, or usually called the endopods, are used to walk. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Marella, these are concentrated below the head. It should be under each segment of their body, so should be here, and a lot more. I don't really mind the hook as the claw here, but what's annoying to look at for me is this singular hook as their tail right here. Marella don't have this, but I get it that it's just a creative process of making them cool. But my take is, if
They are very cool.
they want to add sharp edges to make them look cool, just make their spine bladed. These four big structures on their head, because these structures are actually serrated in real life. So the Yu-Gi-Oh! Version of Marella can use this spine as a blade. You know, like Haxorus from Pokemon. Oh, by the way, I do like the fact that they made these antennae clearly segmented though, because a lot of designers often disregard the fact that arthropods' antennae are most of the time segmented.
I love how nerdy we're getting over it. I love it. It's like this whole well actually energy of like it doesn't quite look like this, but it seems like we're in the right spot for it, you know? Like it seems appropriate to nerd about it.
If we're talking about the effect,
'Cause that's what
then
we're here
I
for.
think it's quite fitting that they are the one that helps the deck mechanic running without doing anything special. You know, because they are the most abundant animal there. So they are like very basic yet still a staple in Paleozoic decks. Next, Lincoilia. Lincoilia is named after the Lincoil Station, which is a nearby station from the Burgess Shale. So, just a disclaimer,
Leoncoilia is a train station?
I actually don't know how to pronounce this word. Is it Lincoil? Is it Linchoil? I don't know. Let me know
Dude, only weird people say Leoncoilia.
in the comment if you know. Anyway, to put it simply, just think of Lincoilia as a fat white shrimp. No, seriously, that's the easy way to imagine them. They are relatively
Why?
small, only 12 centimeters maximum. They are part of the Megacheira groups though, meaning great appendages.
Did you just call Leoncoilia fat?
Reverse to these appendages. These tentacle sting growing from their great appendages, usually called the flagella, is most likely sensory organs, so basically like a feelers. The claws in these appendages are most likely used to dig and maybe grab and bring prey to their mouth. So as usual, the Yu-Gi-Oh! One is exaggerated. More spikes, more edge as always, but it's not really a big deal. Oh, by the way, what we are looking at here is their mouth part, and you could see that they are pointing their claw towards the camera, so maybe this is POV when you're about to be eaten by them? Who knows what the artist was thinking. Oh, one last thing. While the Marella don't have eyes, Lincoilia clearly have eyes. Meanwhile, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Lincoilia don't.
No!
I'm curious to why, but I don't think there is any answer, so whatever I guess. About the effect, they recycle banished card to the graveyard. Maybe this is because they dig the seafloor for food? It still fits a little bit, so yeah. Next, Eldonia. If you look at this card, you might think, what the heck is this? What am I
No, that's what I think when I look at its effect.
even looking at? And that's completely understandable, because that's also my reaction when I'm looking at it. Eldonia is named after the Eldon train stop, same railway as the Lincoil station. They are even bigger than the
But why are they all trains, dude? This is
Coilia, reaching up to 15 centimeters. The thing is, we don't really know what they are. We just know that they have coiled guts in the center and some kind of tentacle around the mouth that are probably used to feed. They are usually reconstructed as a disc-like animal that just floats around or stay on the seafloor. We don't even know whether they can move or not. And now, if you look at Yu-Gi-Oh! Eldonia, we can indeed see the disc-like body here, but we are looking at it from the bottom front view. I got so many questions about this design though. The most jarring one is, what are these red things? Is this supposed to be weapons? Like a bunch of morning stars? I don't know. The effect also confuses me. Why do they buff attack and defense? But I guess the designer is also confused. So as with many other Yu-Gi-Oh cards, they just slap attack and defense modulation on it and
we
call
don't
it
talk
a day.
about Eldonia, dude.
Coming up next, Olenoides.
Oh, that's
This is
devil.
a trilobite.
He's cool.
So, there is a trilobite genus called Olenus. Olenoides just means resembling Olenus. So yeah, they are around 9 centimeters. I don't have anything to say about them to be honest. They are just trilobites.
That looks pretty accurate.
Like an armored sea cockroach if you somehow never heard about trilobites.
Olenoid is a cockroach? Oh no.
I'm not hating on trilobites, okay? I just don't find them interesting. If you like trilobites and you find them cool,
Yeah, trilobites don't find you interesting.
then good for you. You don't need to care about my opinion, alright? Anyway, if we're talking about the Yu-Gi-Oh design, then this is a great example of over-designing creatures. It's overly exaggerated. I don't even know where to start. The spikes, the glowing eyes, the dorsal fins, the antenna that somehow looks like whip growing from the sides of their head. I mean, what can I say? Maybe the designer also think trilobites are too bland, so they add a lot of cool and edgy features to them. Now,
Dude,
if we're talking about the effect,
this is the first time I've heard anyone call Olenoids edgy.
it's one of the good main deck card. I think it's a staple in the Paleo deck, right? Just because there are not enough good ones.
Hey,
It's just that
yo,
I couldn't find any connection between trilobites and destroying spell or traps. Trilobites are usually known for their resilience. If I'm the designer, I would make them be able to reset themselves as a trap or something like that. Or honestly, just put Lin Coelia's effect on them. It's more fitting in my opinion. Anyway, let's move on. Next is Dinomischus.
wait, did they say every paleo should have Leon Colia's effect? No other effects?
Its name came from the Greek word dinos, which means goblet, and mikos, which means stall. Why? Because they look like a goblet with a stall. Quite simple, really. These are really small, only about 2.8 centimeters max, and they are really rare. We don't exactly know what they are, but the 2019 publication placed them as one of the stem group of Ctenophora. So they are in between the Cnidaria and Ctenophora. To put it
I didn't know. I would like. That's either really cool or sorry that happened.
very simply, between Jellyfish group and Comjellies group. Anyway, if you look at the Yu-Gi-Oh design, we are looking at their mouth basically, from the top of their calyx. We could see here that they have a lot of barbed tentacles, which is typical of Cnidaria, not to the extent though of course. But we actually don't know whether they have flexible tentacles or not based on the fossils alone. No evidence of that, but if we look at 2019 publications that I mentioned before, which describe another genus, which is thought to be closely related to the Dinomischus, then yes, we could indeed see that they have flexible tentacles. But remember, this card was made in 2015. It's way before this publication. So I guess
it's nudging to such a high level. So yes, they can move, but you didn't know that when you made it. You didn't know that when you made it.
to the designer for being creative yet still realistic to some extent. Anyway, talking about the effect, it's one of the best main deck card. But it's also questionable. Why do they banish a face-up card? I guess the logic is they use the discarded card as bait and then they suck the lured prey and so they are banished? But still, it feels weird that an animal less than 3 centimeters can just banish some big monsters at will. No need to overthink it though, so let's just move on. Up next is Canadia, or Canadia. It literally means from Canada. You know, like Canadian.
Oh god. See, that's the one I could have guessed. This is the one I could have pieced together myself.
Canadian, but without the N. So if you are Canadian and you are wondering what your ancestor from 505 million years ago looks like, then you're looking at it.
Okay.
Anyway, they are also small, only about 4.5 centimeters. They are straight up Polychaeta, the marine bristleworm, with a really thick setae or bristles. We actually have a living example for this kind of animal. For example, the Cloaea. I don't have much to say about the Yu-Gi-Oh design. It's just Canadia with some creative motif or coolness factor. Well, I assume the green ocelli are just patterns. If that's supposed to be eyes, then that would be way too dang. The tentacles are also a bit too long, but it's kind of fine since they could protrude and retract them. Now, for the effect, this is arguably the best main deck card, right? Maybe alongside Dynamiscus. All I can say is, at least Canadia are active predators, so at least it's fitting for them to get a better effect. Still don't get how they book their opponent, but whatever. Next is Hallucigenia.
We also don't talk about it.
It came from the Latin word hallucinatio, which is also the root for the word hallucination. Why? Because this animal is one of the weirdest fossils from Burgess Shale. It's like you're hallucinating. This is the fossil. It's small, only about 3 centimeters. When it first discovered, paleontologists are confused. Which end is the head? Which is the way up? How do they walk? And so, they were reconstructed like this, with stilt-like legs, tentacle thingy on their dorsal, and this roundish head. In 1991, we found out that we mixed up the up and down, so we turned it upside down, spikes on top. So the spikes are not for walking, it's for defense, which makes a lot more sense, don't you think? In 1992, we found out that it's the other way around. The black smear that we thought was its head is
there's
actually
only
nothing.
so many ways you can rotate it. Why does it take years to figure it out?
Just fluid. The head is this long thing. And after that, in 2015, we finally have a clear reconstruction, with long tentacles around the neck and evidence of eyes.
He looks kind of cool.
Originally thought to be a creature straight out of your nightmares, finally found out to be a goofy creature. By the way, nowadays they are very popular. I'm not sure why, maybe because of their appearance in Attack on Titan. Anyway, they are members of the Lobopod, which are the closest relative to either the tardigrade or the velvet worm. We aren't sure about that yet. If you look at the Yu-Gi-Oh design, it's quite vicious, isn't it? Looks like something that will chase you and bite you. Also, look at the leg. Spike on the bottom, tentacles on the dorsal, roundish big head, and no eyes.
So don't call his head big. He's very, sensitive about that. Very self-conscious.
This is the old reconstruction of Hallucigenia, the first one. And as usual, lots of spikes and edges for the coolness factor. Anyway, for the effect, I don't have any comments on this. At a glance, casual might think it's good, but it's actually nothing special when you think about it. Same as the animal. Okay, maybe I'm being too mean. Anyway, last of the main deck cards, Pikaia. It means from Pika.
We're definitely biased going into this discussion, I feel like. We have a thing for some of these and we don't like others. Is what I can't help but notice. We are not evaluating these all equal.
If you don't know what Pika is, it's these animals. Pikas can be found in Burgess Shale. Alive, I mean, not as fossils. Honestly, I don't think there's any reason to why anyone would name them that way. It sounds like they are just looking around and naming things based on what they see at the moment. But it is what it is, I guess. Pikaia is a chordata. So, if we're talking about surface level
Pikaia looks dope. If Pikaia was a little bit better, he would easily be the coolest.
Taxonomy, Pikaia is technically the most advanced animal out of all the Paleozoic cards. Pikaia is a close relative to the Cephalochordata, commonly known as the lancelet, so it's almost vertebrate, but not quite. Pikaia is also small, only about 5.5 centimeters. So,
that's not that small. Come on, man.
The old reconstruction have these appendages near their head.
Right?
The Yu-Gi-Oh design makes them long tentacles.
Right?
But Pikaia is actually just reinterpreted. It was published in June 11, 2024, so just 2 weeks before I made this video. The appendages are actually gills, and it's facing upwards. They also should have tentacles in front of their head, which the Yu-Gi-Oh design is lacking. Instead, they gave it these cool eyes, which might be cool, but not natural. Oh, and these hairy fins, which is also not natural. Oh, and, as always, lots of spikes for coolness vector.
Let's go,
Anyway,
spikes.
the effect is almost good. Ask any Yu-Gi-Oh player, and they will agree drawing 2 cards is good. The thing is, you have to discard specifically a Paleozoic card.
Dude, if this just said discard a trap card, holy shit, it'd be so nice.
Which makes it very situational. So, just like the animal itself, almost good, but not quite there yet. Alright, now we enter the top predators as the Axi card.
Let's go.
First is the Opabinia.
Let's go.
The name means from Opabin, aka the Opabin Pass. Again, a nearby landmark. They are relatively small, only around 5 to 7 centimeters, maximum up to 10 centimeters. But they are a successful predator. What's iconic about them is their 5 eyes and their clawed nozzle with their long proboscis. This nozzle is not their mouth, by the way. They just use this like a hand to grab their prey and drag it to their mouth. Honestly, the Yu-Gi-Oh design is pretty accurate. You know, 5 eyes, clawed nozzle, their upward 3 pairs of tail fans, and even their lateral lobes with gill structures. But of course, there are still some exaggerated features for coolness factors.
I mean, this looks like a mouth on Opabinia.
Too much spikes as usual, these 2 weird appendages, and these sharp mouth parts. And if you're gonna be nitpicky, then the nozzle should be a pincer, not a sucker like this. But
He's not a sucker, come on.
still, I think in terms of scientific accuracy, the design is up there together with Canadia. The effect revolves around hand.
Let's go.
You can activate Paleozoic trap cards from hand and add 1 Paleozoic trap to the hand. It's also fitting because they kinda have this long hand that they can use to grab things from relatively far away. So all in all, I think
We're
it's
trying so hard to connect the effects to the actual biology. I love it.
a really good card in terms of concept. And now the other XC card, Anomalocaris.
Let's go.
I mean,
the boss.
this is just straight up the most
Daddy.
famous creature from the Burgess Shade. Maybe from all
Should not have
Cambrian
said that.
deposit even. There is Anomalocaris in Pokemon, in Digimon, even in Kamen Rider. The name came from the Greek word anomaios, which means unlike, and charis, which means crab or shrimp. So it basically means unlike other crabs and shrimps. An anomaly.
He is not like other crabs and shrimps. I can confirm.
The complete specimen is 25 centimeters, but fossil fragments suggest that they
25?
could even reach 100 centimeters.
Yo!
And yes, this is the apex predator of the Burgess-shale fauna. They have 2 eyes and 2 long grabbing appendages, almost 1/3 their whole length. Oh, and these grabbing appendages are equipped with short spines called endite, which are also equipped with auxiliary spines.
That's right.
Looking at the Yu-Gi-Oh design, it's quite confusing. It's also overdesigned like the Olinoides. Besides that, it's also drawn in the POV when Anomalocaris is about to eat you.
That's right.
Just like the Lean Coilia.
That's
which
right.
makes it even harder to be understood. Anyway, as usual, too much spikes and sharp edges.
No.
They are missing a pair of tail fan. Should be 3
You're missing a pair of tail fans.
pairs like the Opabinia. Also, the Yu-Gi-Oh design have this grimace. One of the iconic things about Anomalocaris is their roundish mouth parts. They completely disregard that in the Yu-Gi-Oh design. But I mean, I guess it's also drawn like this for coolness factor.
Yep.
For the effect, destroying target is obvious and fitting, since they are the apex predator. Excavating the top card of your deck is questionable though. Alright, last one, and also the newest addition to the Paleozoic roster, Cambroraster, or Cambroraster. This is a newly described genus from the Burgess-shale. I believe it's described in 2019, so it's fitting to be the new addition to the archetype. Its name...
Dude, when did this guy come out? When did Cambroraster come out? 2021? So they discovered it in 2019, and then they released it in 2021 to the TCG. So what did they say in the beginning when they discovered the other one? This year? Dude, we have to wait 2 more years? I don't want to wait 2 more years. Come on, man. Discover more paleos quickly. Should we go? We could do an IRL stream trying to discover more Paleozoics in like the coast of Canada. We just go like diving for new Paleozoics. Subathon angle, right? Until we stream ends when I discover a new Paleozoic so they can make a new card.
Means rakes from Cambrian, which is based on their unique feature that I'll show later. They are around 30 centimeters and they are successful predators. What's eye-catching about them is this big dorsal carapace shaped like a horseshoe. Fun fact, they are nicknamed the...
Dude, I'm looking at the picture on the right and I'm like, I'm glad the perspective is we're looking from underneath. The goofy looking top side.
Spaceship and their species name have multiple meanings. You can translate Cambrorastar falcatus as rakes from Cambrian shaped like sickle. The falcatus epithet is also a reference to Millennium Falcon, referring to their big and wide dorsal carapace. They are also a radiodont, like the Anomalocaris, so they have roundish mouth parts. But instead of long grabbing appendages, they have shorter frontal appendages equipped with hooked spines. It's too short for grabbing prey, so they use it to sweep the sediments. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Cambrorastar is relatively accurate, but still, too much spikes. They also modified the frontal appendages. Instead of having auxiliary spines, they are blades instead, so it's more like a sickle. Their tail tip is also inaccurate. Oh, and I just want to say, they made the mouth part accurate here. Why couldn't they do the same to Anomalocaris? Anyway...
Bro, imagine Anomalocaris with a round mouth, dude. Like, no.
The first part of the effect is quite fitting because they use their appendages to sweep the sediment. I have no comment about the second part. The third part might fit a little because they have a large carapace, so they can protect others. But at this point, it's just grasping at straws. Alright, that's all the current roster of Paleozoic archetype. If you really like Paleozoic,
Great.
like a certain world champion, maybe you're wondering, will there ever be another addition to the archetype? Well, I couldn't answer that, of course. What I can say is, there are still many other animals from the Burgess Shale. They haven't even used all of the famous animals from there yet.
Wait, there's more?
There is still Nectocaris, Amisquia, and
Yo!
Odontogryphus.
Dude, Paleozoic Nectocaris is going to be insane. I think Amisquia is going to suck. But Odontogryphus, that sounds good. Odontogryphus, that's going to go hard. Amisquia is going to suck. Nectocaris is going to be solid.
These three are among the most famous animals from Burgess Shale.
Let's go.
There is also Otoya,
no, don't make this.
Herpetogastar, and
oh my god, Herpetogastar is insane. That's an extra deck card. That's going to be an extra deck card.
Banfia, which might look quite interesting. If we're looking for newly described animal, then there's Capinatator, described in 2017.
Oh my god, Capinatator, that's going to be insane.
These animals can be the main deck cards. If we want to add other big predators as extra deck monsters, then there is Herdia.
Okay, that's gonna suck. Herdia is gonna suck. No.
For the relatively new genus, there is Titanocoris or Titanocoris, which was described and published in 2021. So yes, the potentials are...
Wait, it was found in 2021? So we're due. Dude, we're gonna get so many great Paleo support cards.
There, it's just whether Konami decided to make them or not. Alright, that's about it. By the way, if you are new here, this is not my usual kind of video, but I will make more zoologist reviews videos from time to time.
Dude, if you like this video, I'm not doing more of it. This is not what I usually do. I'm gonna link you guys to the channel anyways. That was fun. You guys go and subscribe to that channel. That was very fun. I'm glad we watched that. That was cool. Dude, now I want more Paleos. They got so many more. Halfway through the video, I felt like their excuse was they haven't discovered more, but now I know that there's tons more out that they could do. Now I'm pissed. The comments are great. You forget to explain about Paleozoic rollback. I love how well received this video is. It's a very fun approach at Yu-Gi-Oh content creation. I like it. And the channel name also couldn't be more fitting. Out of place zoologist? Absolutely. I'm here for it. You do realize that if they make more Paleo cards, you'll need to eventually lift the 60 card cap to play them all? Nah, it's fine. We can make room. Okay. That was great. Okay. Solid. Let's get back to this. Link to the video. I posted it in chat a second ago. You gotta scroll up a little bit. Maybe someone pin it instead of this clip, which is probably the clip where, yep. I don't know. This does not need to be pinned, I suppose.
Karis.
Let's go.
I mean,
the boss.
this is just straight up the most
Daddy.
famous creature from the bird.
Should not have said that. Okay. All right. I feel like we're already pretty close to what I want to play in this. It is already 60 cards, so fitting. I would like to try Small Scuffle and redeemable Jar, but I don't know what I would want to take out at this point. At this point, I'd have to take out Soldier Dragons or Backjack. I can cut one Ice Dragon's Prison. I don't hate that. But then, like, I don't know. I could take out Trap Tantalizing Tune, but I really like setting up the graveyard with rollbacks and such, and the Paleo, pitching Elemental Burst and stuff. I think it's important. Cut Soldier Dragon. I think cutting Soldier Dragon is okay, but cutting Soldier Dragon also makes this card worse, because what if you already have Soul? Then you don't need Scuffle anymore if you don't play Soldier Dragon. Cut Olenoids, he has too many spikes. No, I like Olenoids with its spikes. I'm okay. I accept Olenoids the way he is. Or it is. I don't know, dude. I think I'll try out Small Scuffle another time. And I might put in a redeemable jar over one Ice Dragon's Prison. That is something I'll consider. For now, though, let's leave this main deck here. I could also cut one Backjack for redeemable jar, I think. Let's talk about the extra deck, because the extra deck does get a little bit more tight with these changes. We're gonna play... Where's my extra deck? We're definitely going to play 2 Animalocaris, 2 Opabinias, and 1 Cambro. TCG player keeps refunding me on the max souls I order. Is Magic Colloidal Soul hard to find? There's no way. Okay, so we're gonna play those. We're gonna play... Like, here's the thing. 1 Toad is probably still enough, right? If we don't play Swap Frog. We're probably gonna play Gigantic, because Gigantic can access the Sol or the Soldier Dragon. We need Zeus, coral anemone and so on. So it's we need coral anemone. We need oh, I have I think that stuff is in this box that I brought with me to Euros. Box is that? Wrong box. Silhouette Rabbit. I think Silhouette Rabbit needs effect monsters, and I think that's not ideal. SP probably. Atlantis. Anima to link off Backjack. Zeus. At least one Zeus. I don't even know where my second Zeus is. And we also need Typhon. Okay. So I like 2 Zeus. How many is that? 5, 9. What am I missing? 5, 9. Because this is only 14. Why do I have space? Oh, Downerd Magician. Right. Am I missing something? Am I forgetting something? Let me check my Master Duel list real quick. Master Duel list. Oh, I played Sky Cavalry. Sky Cavalry. Do I need that? Probably not. So a couple of options. You could play Sky Cavalry. You could also play what's it called? You could also play. There's another card that I just thought of. Oh, Herald of the Arclight. Zach, thank you for the 17 months. Sprint seems necessary. Oh, right, I can sprint send Sol if I don't have it. Sprint seems nice. Okay, now we're finally here. We have space issues. Great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. The problem. So we definitely play a link one. Backjack. I guess we could consider cutting this package. We could consider cutting these two. I think this is a little cap. Like, I think this is not really necessary because if you can make this, usually you can also just make Toad. Also, you can only make it in the battle phase with Sol, I guess. And then they can just attack over it unless you have Rise to Full Height as well. But it's not bad. Not bad. You could play one Zeus, I suppose. I want to play the sprint, I think. The sprint seems nice. Isn't it better to gigantic for Sol rather than sprint? I mean, you could do both, right? Depending on how many bodies you have. But sometimes you make like Opabinia, and then you can't make gigantic with Opabinia, but you can make sprint with Opabinia. Are 2 Anomalocris set? For me, yes. I think 2 and 2 of these is necessary. I think so, yeah. Maybe we just take out the Zelantis package and like Herald and play it like this. 3, 6, 7. Yeah, that'd be 15. If we take out these two. I'll think about that. Okay. And now here's the I think the hardest part is the side deck, because first of all, I got no idea what my locals is playing at the moment. I'm not sure if they even have people that play a lot of like Snake Eye. I think there's some Tenpai players, but I'm not too worried about those. I'm not too worried about Tenpai. There's a couple of things. There's a couple of things that I have often played that are always fine. And that was Witch's Strike, in case anyone plays Voiceless, which is possible. I don't know. Where's my D barriers? In case anyone is on Branded. Because Branded is hard otherwise. There's one. I mean, you only need 2. And I guess in case anyone plays snakes, I probably play DDG. Yeah, the side deck is where it gets a little degen. The problem is as well, like we gotta talk about the time problem with this deck as well. That's gonna be an issue. We might need to go back and scatter shot people. Oh, I got nice D barriers. We could think about these. Let me find my scatter shot. I mean, we need something. That is not something we cannot do. Shadow Mosquito with Sol on the opponent's turn. Wait, why is that crazy? Can't be destroyed by battle. All monsters your opponent controls must attack if able. Oh! Oh! So you can surprise kill the opponent if they go for... If they go like... if they go with too big of monsters into the battle phase. Ooh, that's cute. Yeah, I'm gonna replace the... cavalry with that. That seems nice. That's cool. Can you stream the local? I've been thinking about it. It just probably. I just haven't put in the work yet to do that. I would have to clarify with the store owner, and I would have to get the equipment for it, and I would have to set it up and all that kind of stuff, and I simply haven't done that yet. But there is a world where I stream my locals in the future. Yeah. It would be nice. I agree. So I will look into it. And we got... Oh, blazes. Okay. So we got this. Got this. I mean, this is basically the OG side deck I've been using with this deck for the most part. 11 cards. The other 4 are kind of like up in the air, I suppose. I could see myself playing Sphere mode for going second against a couple of decks. Have you checked out Starry Night Blast yet? Give me a second. Starry Night Blast. I mean, I don't even have that card. When your opponent activates a card or effect, return a level 7 light dragon you control to the hand. Negate the effect if you do destroy that card. You can only activate one Starry Night Blast. So what you're saying is if I can set it up in the graveyard with rollback, I have an Omni Negate? That doesn't seem that good. Lava Golem instead of Ra? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I don't think this is worth it. It's not a terrible idea, but I don't think it's worth it. I think you overestimate how easy it is to set up a rollback plus a trap. Like and rollback already is good enough, I think, without this. Can you even roll back it? It's not a cost. Oh, this is a cost. This is a cost. This is the activation requirement. Like, you still have to wait for your opponent to activate something, but this, you don't have to pay the cost. You can roll back it. Okay. So we're just gonna do this, I think, as the side deck. Nothing crazy. That's 15. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15. Okay, wonderful. And then the main deck is going to be clean 60. With 3 Sol, Soldier Dragon package, 3 Jacks. It's a lot of monsters. That's the one thing I'm a little scared of. It might be too many monsters. It might be too many monsters. But I'll try to make it work. I guess the one thing I could cut is Trap Tantalizing Tune. If I want to. I'm not going to lay out all the traps. That's going to take forever. Is your local growing? I think so. Yeah, I haven't been in a while, but I heard that last Saturday it had 19 people or 20. Which is probably the biggest they've had so far. So that's not bad. For a locals that's been around for just like a couple months, I think it's okay. Is it close? It's like a 10-minute train ride. Yeah, it's not bad. Dune is so frustrating sometimes, but when I cut it, I miss it. Yeah. That's what it does. We were up 20 and played 5 rounds. Yeah, we play it's 5 rounds after 16 people. Yeah. Why do you unsleeve? Because I have to sleeve the deck in all of the same sleeves. That's why I'm unsleeving. I have decided against frogs, yeah. Would you play Ishizu if they were illegal in this deck? Nah. Nah. Any Master Duel today? I wasn't planning to, but the deck building went a little bit faster than I anticipated. So we're basically done, and I don't need to leave yet. So we could do some gaming if you guys want. I don't have anything else planned for today. So it's either just yapping, or we can play some Master Duel. We can also do both. We can yap while playing Master Duel. So yeah. Yeah, I'll sleeve this up later. Let's do that. Let's just yap a little and play some Yu-Gi-Oh. How does that sound? Let me load up Master Duel. Would you like to give the Tri-Brigade Sprite another chance? Not really. It didn't really convince me at all. But well, we got a long download first. Gotta wait for that. Play Paleo? I don't mind. We can play Paleo. What is what changed? Why is the update so big all of a sudden? Did they fix the connection problems? I didn't add the trap, no. I did not add the trap. New animations? New UI? Wait, what's the new UI? Are we finally leaving beta? All right, let's see. Okay, what has changed? The dual pass is now up here. Missions are now here. They used to be up here. They swapped dual pass and missions. Okay. Okay, and ranked duel is down here, bottom right. Well, if I want to go into ranked, I can just click here. Oh, that's good. To be fair, it only saves you like 1 click or something, but is that the only thing that changed? I mean, it's small. I don't. It's fine, I guess. So dual pass is here now. Admissions are here. Read the notes. Okay. Hey. Counter for Nibiru the Primal Being. We have added a counter that displays on Nibiru the Primal Being while it is in your hand, showing the number of monsters that the opponent has normal or special summoned during the current turn. Okay. Dude. Literally. Okay. I suppose you need to be fed every single bit of information when you have Nibiru in your hand. You don't even need to count yourself. Display of the number of remaining cards in the deck. While there are 10 or fewer cards left in a deck, the remaining number will be displayed. Okay, that's good. Message indicating effects gained from Link Synchro materials. When a Link Synchro summon is performed, a message will display in the top right of the screen if the Link Synchro monster has gained effects from the monster used as material. Why only for Link and Synchro? Why not for everything? Like, why not for fusions, rituals, and exceeds? Oh, exceeds already has it. So if you make what's the math mech guy called? If you make if you make a math mech exceed with diameter, does it already have a thingy? Okay, I didn't realize that. Okay, so it was just missing for Link and Synchro for no reason. All right. How about rituals? Like, in theory, if you were to make a ritual monster with a Jinn, does it have a note? Okay. Added a cancel button for additional situations. You can now cancel an effect's activation by selecting the cancel button on the pop-up message that displays when selecting an effect to activate. Okay. More situations in which double-clicking, double-tapping can be used to confirm. You can now confirm choices by double-clicking in more situations when making selection in various pop-ups for cards on the field selected from the card list. Okay. I should be doing this more often. I usually do it the other way. I keep forgetting double-clicking. New in-duel effects. Adjustments to the details shown in the duel log. Deck editing related updates. Addition of boost generate mode. Players can now use boost generate mode to generate 4 or more cards simultaneously. Oh, is this when you're trying to hunt for royals? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna use that right now to get rid, because this is it's a very minor thing, but I hate the fact that I have maxed out common crafting points, and I keep having this this gift box where they send all my common crafting points to. So now what I can do is I can just craft 1 billion commons, so I get rid of my common stuff. I know they can't get royal, chat. So how do I boost generate? Boom. Boom. How many can I? 99. Okay. Yes. Dude, I got 2 glossies out of 100. That's crazy. So you can just waste your common CP like that. 8 glossies this time around. Okay. How many glossies do you think I'll get this time? 6. You think we can get more than 10? 5. 6. Dude, more than 10 seems incredibly unlikely. Shouldn't the average be 10? Isn't it 1 in 10 to get a glossy? So we're being scammed. 6. Dude, I've never gotten 10. Or oh, it's 5%. Okay, then it's average. Unironically, this was something that annoyed me. I'm happy they added this. I'm happy they added this because I hate when this gift box thingy up here has a number next to it. Maybe that's just me. But I like that I can finally get rid of these easily. Okay. Nice. Where's my... Let's update the paleo list. Let's go back to the soldier dragons. To be more in line with what we're playing at locals today. I only need to spell it. Balance is here. The Wabokus are not shiny. Oh. Let me boost generate. Boom. That actually saves you a lot of time, dude. I sat here for all these paleos. I did this for at least 10 minutes. The crafting of all the thingies until I get glossies, it takes a while. Okay, the deck is 59 for consistency. Very nice. To ranked. The soldiers are not glossy. Oh, I'll fix that. Okay, yeah. Boost. All right, anyone else? No, everything else is okay. Dude, lose and you'll lose a rank. Okay, good thing I queued Paleo. Maybe we can even check out the new Zeus animation. Oh my god, my hand is nice. Is it nice? It's not that nice, actually. I take it back. Shotgun the sea. No. Keep it for now. We might draw Trap Tantalizing Tune. Easy. Okay, and we're set. All we needed was for them to skip a turn, and now we're in a commanding position. Why not Linkaribo? I played Linkaribo, but then I kept missing Anima and I couldn't fit both. Ultimate Slayer, okay. Alright then. Yo, that animation is nice. I've never seen that. Is that new? I say that every time I see an animation. Been there for a while. Okay, I've seen it for the first time. I mean, you don't see Ultimate Slayer being played that much. What deck are they using? The top of my deck is kind of bad. I think I'll Morella first. And I might just send another Paleo. I have rollback already. Let's send another Dynamishes. I don't want to get that. Alright, well, we missed, but we just got another back check, so it's kind of fine. Draw a Trap Trick and a Karma Cannon. If you don't play, I won't play either. Okay, that's pretty good. We're fine. Especially because their deck seems to be doing nothing. Shouldn't have set beforehand, but whatever. Punch! Go. Would they play engine, you think? Or is it just board breakers? Okay. Wait, what's the... What did I do with this? Transaction rollback was selected. But it's just non-engine. Train station reference, Pog Champion. Bro, what happened? It was just a regular ass Cyber Dragon deck. Why Sailed Span here? What the heck was that? Huh? Yo. Bro added sales ban to call rollback and then pass turn. New Zeus animation? I haven't seen it. Well, I'll try to summon it this game if I can. All right, here. Okay, not a good discard at least. That's nice. Emil Scream, not great. Gets Crime. Alright. Has Scream already. Why didn't you activate Scream? Or discard Scream for Rhino? Weird. That's probably GG. They hit Shuffler, Trick Clown, Sharon, Salik second. They hit both Shufflers. We'll see. Now Sharon mills the Strudo and Snow or some shit. Oh, just Beast. How's this matchup for Paleo? Any chances going second? You definitely have a chance, but it's the biggest thing you're worried about is these guys, and the fact that they milled both of these makes it incredibly hard. If they don't get those, then there's a chance, but they did get both. Because they mess up rollback targeting, they shuffle back all your Paleozoics. Like it's really hard. You can deal with one counter trap or something. You can deal with Rukalos, but you can't deal with that. Usually. Okay, this does mill 42 cards though, to be fair. I mean, they just crime it though, right? It just forces the crime. Or Ash, which they also have. Yeah. Would baiting evenly done something for us? I mean, ask yourself the question what they would do if I click battle phase. And the answer is they don't do anything. Sweet. Wasted a shuffler and popped my rollback. Like a true Master Duel player. So the set cards, we know Crime. We know it's not Salik, because that's in the graveyard. So likely Meta Noise Super Poly kind of cards. There's another problem. Super Poly is pretty good. Alright, guess we live. I guess I should have used Fiend Griefung or Needlebug Nest because I wanted the Paleo to go to grave. But, alright. Yeah, it's Super Poly Meta Noise. Well, we still probably die, right? They can't attack directly, but we still lose the game, right? Like, what do we draw that makes us live? Because they still have a shuffler for the rollback. We can't really draw anything. Because at this point in the game, the only card that gets us back in it is like Balance of Judgment, but we can't resolve Balance of Judgment without, like, we can't draw the card, basically. Still Paleo gaming? Did you try out in paper? I'm playing it at locals today. We built it like an hour ago or something. I haven't played with the new card yet. That's why I'm doing it today. I'm also playing the new Dragon Pendulum. I don't think it's as good, but I want to try it. Okay, there you can see the number now when you go less than 10 cards. Well, we can't win. Even if they can't attack for game, they make Baron now. And we can't top deck against that. Critical Crow, thank you for the 5 months. Would you recommend Resonator Centurion over Bestial Centurion? No, I think I prefer Bestial Centurion. I haven't played Resonator Centurion much. I'm leaning towards it being better though. The Bestial version. Is Tier Paleo's worst matchup? No. No. There's worse. But it's also not that bad. It's just bad if they start and if they mill both shufflers like that. People are so afraid of little dragon maids, dude. It's crazy. Chucky, think of it a 13. Okay, so what is it? Ash Upstart? Is it Stun? Stun doesn't play Ash usually, does it? Runic Snake Eyes. Okay, based. What is this card doing here? Okay. Imagine if they still had Ash in hand. Yeah, that would have been nice. Anko, thank you for the 10 months and thank you for kicking off a hype train. We've talked about that literally today. Earlier on, I built my 60 card Paleo deck for locals today and we talked about the swap rock thingy. I decided not to include it, but I think you can try it out. I don't think it's bad. But today we're not using it. Pearl or Rhino, huh? Nah. Nah, dude. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of that. I think they have max C. They had a response. Yep. Fine. That's fine. We're in main phase 2. I don't think anything crazy can happen. Like, even if they build a board, I think it's okay. We have balance. Why not Scream when they normal snow? Because Scream only works when there's a tier on the field. You can't Scream and summon snow and then mill 3. Otherwise, I'd be playing Scream, dude. If it worked on any summon unconditionally, I'd play Scream in this deck. I always Scream when snow is summoned. Yeah, but for different reasons, right? Nice turn, dude. Ooh, a mill tidying. That's good. I think we're going to be able to see Zeus this turn. Wait, Zeus has an effect animation as well? Ooh. Trying to see that. I'm almost tempted to use effect just to see it. But I don't think it's correct. There's no way it's correct. Probably just Salic. Yeah. Fine. A little annoying. I don't know what they called for. That's crazy. Nice shuffler. Okay. Worst case, let's get a Karma Cannon. Just in case stuff goes down real badly. We are in the battle phase. We are in the main phase too. He passed. Okay, shit did not go down. You know what? Let me see it. Yo! Okay, dude. All right. That's pretty cool. I did not expect that. Yo, okay. Dude, that goes hard. 30 gems for that. That's right. Sweet. All right, y'all. I need to get ready for locals. I need to sleeve up my deck. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll get going now. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll let you know how locals went, and we'll do some other fun stuff. Let me see where I can send you guys. Let me see. Master Duel. Who's live? Who is live? I'll just pick someone streaming Master Duel. Let's rate a small streamer today. Someone who's going to be happy about it. Let's go here. New season, back to Master 1 is their title. All right. Send you guys over there. You guys, hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll tell you how locals went. And you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all your support as usual. All the subs, all the follows. Appreciate you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Peace.